Grand Rising, Grand Rising. We are still in February. We are still in Black History Month. Hope you guys all had a wonderful night. So let's get into a little Black history. You know, they're trying to erase Black history for a reason. Let's get into Black history. Let's get into all of these lies and beliefs and cries of reverse racism, when racism has nothing to do with prejudice. Racism has everything to do with power. Let's dispel this Black people are racist bullshit, because there is no Black agency, there's no Black entity that can affect the lives of other races. That's what racism is. Having the power to adversely affect the lives, the banking, the education, the schooling, the home ownership of other individuals, the actual life that another individual breathes. That's what racism is. Let's be real clear. So this Black History Month, let's delve into a little a piece of what Black History Month represents. You know, because if you do not know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. And unfortunately, some of you are repeating it as we speak. Let's get into this.
Left in my peepholes.
New York Project.
The story of what housing and other living conditions look like for many Black Americans is pretty bleak, and that's by design. In addition to artists cataloging their very personal experiences,
Used to fuss when the landlord dissed us. No heat. Wonder why Christmas missed us.
it's been proven that the modern phenomenon of concentrated Black poverty was an intentional government-sponsored institution. This is in part why President Biden issued an executive order back in January, intended to right the historical wrongs Black folks have faced when it comes to housing and home ownership in this country. But first, let's take it back.
The dawn of the 20th century, African Americans in major cities lived scattered throughout the city. They weren't segregated particularly. It's only with the Great Migration of 6 to 7 million African Americans north and west escaping the South, the predominant response of the United States government and state and local governments to the Great Migration was to contain Black people in their own neighborhoods. And HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, was particularly a part of this role. But the precursors to HUD introduced and encouraged racially restrictive covenants, redlining of every major city where African Americans landed. The federal government was a sponsor of urban renewal, infamously called Negro removal by the great James Baldwin.
Urban renewal, which means moving the Negroes out. It means Negro removal. That is what it means.
What is urban renewal now called? Gentrification. Let's continue.
And the federal government is an accomplice to this fact.
That so-called urban renewal also included a federal
city where African Americans landed. The federal government was the sponsor of urban renewal, infamously called Negro removal by the great James Baldwin.
Urban renewal, which means moving the Negroes out. It means Negro removal. That is what it means. And the federal government is an accomplice to this fact.
That so-called urban renewal also included a federally sponsored interstate highway system, which was intentionally designed to mow through vibrant Black neighborhoods. Take Miami, for example. two highways, I-95 and I-395, bulldoze right through the predominantly Black and low-income Overtown neighborhood, previously called Colored Town during segregation.
The Department of Housing and Urban Development and the federal government writ large in the first 7 decades of the 20th century invested billions of dollars in racial segregation and concentrated poverty. Each time this country created a peculiar institution that subordinated Black people, slavery, Jim Crow, it created and dismantled it. They replaced it with another one. And the iconic Black ghetto, I don't use that as a pejorative, I use it as a descriptor, was a follow-on institution to slavery and Jim Crow. That's the legacy that every new administration inherits, and the Biden administration has as well.
Today, I'm directing the Department of Housing and Urban Affairs and Urban Development to redress the historical racism in federal housing policies.
This executive order is just one of 4 signed by President Biden, designed to address racial equity in the United States. And while this progress...
However, what is the Department of HUD doing under this current administration? What the head of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac is doing, it is going out in creating lies that successful Black women who are at the top of the game in their profession, the governor Lisa Cook and the Attorney General of the Southern District of New York, Letitia James, what they're doing now is telling you that these women who own multiple homes based on the work that they do and the salaries that they earn, he is now going in and telling 4547, who is looking to have his way in government by declaration and wanting to put someone in this Black woman's seat at the Federal Reserve, Lisa Cook. He is calling these unfounded, unproven accusation by his now head of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, Bill Putte. He's calling that as a reason for Lisa Cook to lose her job. A very, very educated, very well qualified person to actually lose her job. And why would she be losing her job? For a cause that has not been proven, just an accusation made. Also, what he tried to do with Letitia James, the woman who successfully prosecuted 4547, he wanted to put her in jail for the exact same thing that Bill Putte said about Letitia James. So it should make you wonder, first of all, why is one criminal prosecution being levied at Letitia James while they're just trying to get Lisa Cook to be fired from her job? If they've both done the same thing, if it's criminal when one does it, it's criminal when the other does it. No, they don't even try to pretend like they are upholding any laws. They're just trying to do whatever it is they want. And he wants Letitia James in jail because she has successfully prosecuted him in front of a jury of his peers, and he was found guilty of crimes. So that's how racism is leering its ugly head in this administration. Let's continue.
This is a step in the right direction. There's still a lot of harm to undo.
Segregation started coming down after the passage of the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which actually only got passed in the wake of Dr. Martin Luther King's assassination. In 1980, 8 out of 10 Black people would have had to move in order to be evenly integrated within metropolitan areas. Half of Black people who live in metropolitan areas still live in neighborhoods of high segregation. So We've had modest improvement, but segregation persists. And economic segregation has spiked since 1970. The so-called American dream is only working for a relatively small slice of the population that can afford to buy their way into what I call gold standard neighborhoods that have the best of everything. And everybody else struggles, and the Black poor struggle the most.
So what happens now? Well, some advocates are hopeful.
Home applauds this executive order for really focusing on historical patterns of racial segregation and discrimination in housing,
while others remain cautiously optimistic. Here's Professor Cashin's suggestion.
I don't take credit for this, but I applaud it. There should be an equity analysis. The federal government spends so much money, it should track who's getting it by neighborhood, and it should pursue racial equity in the distribution of resources. There's been a lot of movement at the local level on this. For the example of Baltimore, they did an equity analysis and found that they were spending 4 times as much money in majority white neighborhoods as in majority Black ones. I think we're in this moment where people are waking up, sad to say, because of the slow execution of George Floyd, to the realities of systemic racism. And I believe there is an ascending majority multiracial coalition that wants something better than a separate unequal nation that overinvests in some neighborhoods and disinvests and preys upon people in other neighborhoods. I'm hopeful, but you can never stop working for and organizing for the country you want. New generation's more radical and less tired than me. There's always another generation coming.
Well, now go to.
Unfortunately, they want to keep this generation coming ahead asleep. Unfortunately, this is why they want to take history out of the military, out of schools. This is why they want to erase history. This is why they are pulling historic representation and presentations off of the walls and taking down monuments. I thought, what about our heritage? This is our heritage. Isn't this is your heritage as well? When they remove those slavery displays from George Washington House in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and should it make you wonder while you have people on YouTube talking about they're from Philly and Philly this and Philly that, and I'm from Philly and Philly, and they never made a peep about these displays being taken down off of George Washington's house, a representation of the history of slavery. See, they want to remove this heritage and say it is too painful. We don't want to remind the world of what we did, and you guys are not over us treating you as animals yet, and that's an ugly part of American history. But that's the ugly part of American history that you created and you thrived and you profit off of. But now they want to tuck it away. But when they go to take down these monuments of Confederate soldiers, actual traitors to the United States, they puff out their chests and fly their Confederate flags and say, this is part of our heritage. Part of your heritage is being traitors to the United States and wanting to keep monuments up, keep military bases named after these treacherous, these Confederate soldiers who actually fought against the United States. So when the military bases have been renamed and the names of these Confederate soldiers are wiped off of our military base, what does Pete Kegbreath, this white nationalist, Christian nationalist. What does he do when he comes back into office? He renames all of the military base who were wiped of their Confederate honor. He renames them the same name that they were before, under the guise that the people who he are renaming these bases had just happened to have the same name as these traitorous Confederate generals. Isn't that peculiar? Isn't it strange what people will do to honor racism? So yeah, let's understand what racism is. Racism is alive and well in the United States of America. That's what racism is. And speaking of, while we're speaking of Bill Putte, the one who wanted these successful black women to lose their job and one other be jailed, while the case that he bought against them was that they allegedly said that their vacation homes were their primary homes. You know who else did that without any investigation into them? Steve Duffy, 4547's pick, who is over the Department of Transportation. I believe Tulsi Gabbard has 2 or 3 homes that are marked the same way. There are 7 people in the administration. You have heard absolutely nothing about them, and the kicker is, you know who else has had that mark on their mortgages? Bill Putte's own father. But they want these successful black women, one who is a governor at the Federal Reserves, and Letitia James, who runs the Southern District of New York, who successfully prosecuted 4547. They want her in jail, and they want Lisa Cook to lose her job so he can put a crony in there and try to pretend like this fucked up economy is doing well. So they can fudge the numbers like they are fudging these job report numbers. As as the United States dollar is worth far less and is all it has continued to shrink and become more worthless as they pull all of these accounting tricks. As Americans continue to lose their job, what happened to Bill Putte's father, who did absolutely the same thing? Did he have any repercussions? Oh, the repercussions that his father had was that he had to go back and pay property taxes on higher property taxes than he had paid on one of the homes. But he wants these black women to lose their jobs and go to jail. This is your government. Happy Black History Month. No, that's the white people's problem. You need to worry about the white people problems, and what you also need to worry about is that you do not come into my chat cursing in my chat. That's what you need to worry about. You need to worry about the facts. Just because you cannot dispute the facts without being in your feelings and cursing. That's not my problem. Stay the fuck out of my chat, you stupid bitch. Okay, let's continue. Good morning, Foot Soldier. Good morning, Leonard. It is good to see you. Let's continue. I got them in their feelings early, real early. I want to share something else with you since we are talking about Lisa Cook and Letitia James. I have some more things I want to share because this just shows the unqualified people that 4547 has been appointing to high positions to do illegal things, and the people who are willing to actually do these illegal things for this administration. So I would be remiss if I didn't share this with you. Ed Martin. Ed Martin has just lost another position. Who is Ed Martin? Ed Martin is the person that 4547 thought that he was going to stick in Janine Pirro's job position, but he could not even pass Senate confirmation. So, what 4547 did, he made him over. He is over. Oh, what is it called? He's over the pardons. We know how those. This is the guy who is reviewing pardons that 4547 gave, and he's also over what they are calling weaponization of the DOJ. He's working eh, because he couldn't get confirmed for the job that 4547 wanted him to get confirmed over. So he is over the department that is supposed to examine the weaponization of the DOJ, while in fact what he is actually doing in this administration is in fact weaponizing the DOJ. This is the man who is behind making sure that they had some trumped up charges they brought against Letitia James. But how did that work out for them? It worked out for them. The person who was tasked with bringing these bogus charges against Letitia James said that there is no case. And then what happened? They forced him out of his job at the Department of Justice. And then what happened? And then so he was an interim. He wasn't the permanent one because couldn't get the permanent one. They knew that the permanent choice that they picked would not be confirmed. So they had an interim person in that position. So you can only choose one interim person in these positions. Now, how many times has 4547 chosen an interim person in those positions? And the interim person can only serve for so many days. I forget. I think it's 150 days. That's the amount of time that the president has to nominate someone from the position and get them confirmed. So what did he do? He put a second intern in that position, an unqualified former beauty pageant in that contestant in that position. She was an attorney, but she was an unqualified attorney. And what also was unqualified, that he put a second person in the position because he only has the opportunity to put one person in that position. And then when the one person in that position said there is no case against Letitia James, he thought he could just get rid of him and put in a motherfucking hack. What happened? Lindsay Halligan went in there and uh, fucked up, brought a grand jury indictment against Letitia James, where she couldn't even explain how she gave the jury information. She couldn't explain why that there were no notes from the court reporter when she was giving jury instructions. She couldn't even explain why she only gave the jury instructions not to the complete jury, but a couple of people on the jury. She couldn't even explain all the underhanded bullshit, all the fucking laws she broke in getting this indictment against Letitia James. So what happened to this indictment? It was thrown out, and she was thrown out. She was told that she could not hold this position because there could be no second interim person in this position in Virginia, and she was thrown out. But what happened? Even though she was thrown out, she still kept signing paperwork as if she still had the position. Who else did this? Alina Habba. Who is Alina Habba? She was also put in a position in New Jersey. Alina Habba, who was a former attorney for parking garages, was put in the same position at, what is it? What is the, I think it's the acting attorney general for the state. I think that is the position. Don't quote me. We're gonna get the actual positions that these bimbos were put in. Who is Alina Habba? Alina Habba is the unsuccessful personal lawyer of 4547 who every time she argued a case for 4547, she was losing the cases. This is who he put over the New Jersey department. And when her time was up, they went. Donald Trump did not have a successor that he could get through Congress. So what did Donald Trump think he was going to do? He thought that he was going to extend her position. And then what did Pam Bimbo do? She tried to change the title of the position that Alina Habba held, and that when that didn't work, because the judges in New Jersey said that no, you cannot do this. And what we are going to do, we are going to name a successor, because that's how the law works. The law says if there is no successor, the federal judges get to name the next person who will have that position. When they did that, what did Pam Bimbo do? Pam Bimbo fired that woman, a very qualified person who worked for the DOJ for years, who the judges appointed in that seat, and she tried to retain Alina Habba in a position that she was not qualified for, that she had already passed the number of days that she could be the interim person in that position. This is what your administration is doing. What happened to meritocracy? It seemed like it's idiocy that rules this administration. So Alina Habba just continued to sit in that position. Alina Habba was signing paperwork, court documents as if she held that position. But then, what fucked up Alina Habba? What fucked up Alina Habba? You understand that these are court cases that are being brought forward, and that a person who does not rightfully hold the position was signing court documents. What happened was uh, people who had been prosecuted under this new under New Jersey's, oh, what is it? People who had to go to court and were prosecuted uh, said that they didn't feel that they needed to go to court because it was an unqualified person who was bringing the case. Why? Because Alina Habba signature was on the paperwork. A big drug dealer, their lawyer said that no, there's no reason for us to show up for court because this person is unqualified. So why would we show up to court on the signature of someone who doesn't have the right to even prosecute this case? So when that started falling apart, what did they have to do? They had to get rid of that bimbo. But Pam Bimbo tried to do a workaround. And what Pam Bimbo said, that she's going to be a special prosecutor, and I, Pam Bondi, will sign all of her prosecutions. I and Todd Blanche, we will sign all of her paperwork. So now, nanny, Alina Habba, the unqualified, gets to keep her job. This is all. This is what your administration was willing to do to keep up people who would do what they were told instead of doing the job at hand because they had no merit to actually do the jobs properly. They were only put in place to do 4547's bidding. Why do you think that 4547 is so upset about the blue sheets? What are the blue sheets? These are objections that senators get to object people who 45 or any president want to have confirmed for that position. And both senators from New Jersey put up their blue sheet to prevent Alina Habba for getting that job. These are the people who your government is nominating for these positions. Let's get into this. Let me share this with you. Here we go.
Whether she committed mortgage fraud, and also an investigation that is looking into her civil lawsuit that was brought against Donald Trump, his adult sons, and the company. And you can see here on this video, Ed Martin is there with a colleague from the Department of Justice. He's outside of Letitia James's home, and he does pose for a photograph outside of that home. Now, he was on Fox News on Sunday, and he said that he was there because he had had meetings in New York and New Jersey, and that he decided to go by the home. He said you have to lay eyes on it, and also saying that you got to get a sense of what is at stake. But Letitia James's attorney, Albie Lowell, has pushed back. He wrote a letter to Ed Martin yesterday in which he highlighted this unusual visit to Letitia James' home, which they say is an intimidation tactic. He also pointed out that soon after being appointed to be leading this investigation, that Ed Martin called for James's resignation, and then also went on Fox News on Sunday and said that he wanted to look into every aspect of James's life, which some people would call a fishing expedition. So Lowell has said that, were there any doubts as to your political retributive mission? You erased them in your first statements about your appointment when you stated that your assignment is to, quote, stick the landing. A responsible and credible federal prosecutor is not a pommel horse gymnast. Now, I've spoken with other former federal prosecutors who also say that these moves are highly unusual, and it could have real-world implications. If the grand jury were to return an indictment, this could be something that Letitia James' legal teams could use to argue to the judge that the jury pool has been prejudiced and that this was a selective prosecution. Of course, James has been criticized herself for campaigning on saying that she was going to investigate Donald Trump.
That's what it is. The federal prosecutor for the Southern District of New York. Now, this man, Ed Martin, they wanted him to be the special prosecutor in Washington, D.C. He could not, it was clear he was not going to be confirmed for the job. So they put him in a made up position. So he is the one who along with Bill Pulte, a nepo baby, a motherfucking rich kid who got the position in this administration on the because he was a rich kid who funded a lot of money into a 45-47 campaign, who has the job and who is going through people who they want to target in this administration. He's going through their mortgage paperwork. I've done the story on this. Because I just want you to understand these unqualified buffoons and what they are doing and who is being nominated for these important positions. Lena Habba was nominated for the position, and you had drug dealers who cases were about to fall apart because she was unqualified and could not be confirmed, and they insisted on keeping her in a position that she could not legally hold. Let's continue, because you got to hear this from the beginning. And CNN, bitch, who is this? This bitch from CNN who's reporting on this story. And there were also reports that, people didn't like that she said she campaigned on she was going to prosecute Donald Trump. I think more Democrats need to campaign on prosecuting this administration for crimes. I thought that Republicans love people who were tough on crime. She should have campaigned on that because she had a case. How do you know she had a case? Because she bought the case and she won the case. She presented her case to a jury of his peers, and they were the ones who found him guilty. So more Democrats ought to take the lead and say that they're going to prosecute the illegalities that these people are doing. And maybe more Democrats would actually win if they actually had some follow through. As you see this government being weaponized against people who have broken no laws but have done their jobs and done their jobs well. See, this administration talk about meritocracy as they appoint people and approve people and push people through who have no fucking experience, nothing. The only thing that they offer is the willingness to do 45, 47's bidding. All of these unqualified buffoons. We're going to get into the most recent unqualified buffoon that has been put forth. The person, we have gone a whole year in this administration without a Surgeon General. We're going to look at some of her confirmation. Someone has been nominated as the Surgeon General who hasn't even finished her residency. Someone has been nominated as the Attorney General by 45, 47, who doesn't even have a valid license to practice medicine. Let that sink in. And then you got Bill Cassidy, an actual doctor, a senator from, I think he's from Mississippi, Bill Cassidy, who had so many questions about confirming RFK Jr.'s nomination for Health and Human Services, who sat up there and he almost sounded like Susan Collins. I have concerns. I have some concerns. But what did Bill Cassidy do when it came time to vote to push RFK Jr. through after all of his tough questions about vaccines that he was so concerned about? He voted yes for RFK Jr. And when RFK Jr. Had to go back for a oversight hearing, this Bill Cassidy is sitting up there. But in your confirmation hearings, you told me that you wouldn't change the vaccine schedule, and you did. And Kennedy was like, "Oh well, yeah, I did." And oh well. I did, and you took some vital vaccines away from children, and people can't get the COVID shot unless they do a doctor visit. Yeah, that's what it is. It is what it is. I told you whatever I wanted to tell you. What you gonna do about it? You knew I had the propensity to do some fuck shit, but you still voted to put me in this high position concerning the health of the American people. Okay, so Cassidy has some concerns about this nominee for Attorney General as well. We're gonna get into that, but this bitch right here, who's reporting on this story, where you actually have this man stalking this woman's house on the pretext of she signed a two mortgage papers saying each house were her primary homes, and they're trying to prosecute her for a crime for this, when the motherfucker who went through her fucking paperwork illegally, his daddy did the same shit. This is what, and he had business in New York City, so I had to go put my eyes on the place. I had to get a feel of the land. I had to show up and take pictures in front of her house so I can show them off and try to make her go to prison and therefore subsequently lose her house, and then have another GOP donor go buy her house and stand in front of it like it's a fucking trophy. Because I'm unqualified for the position that 4547 wanted to plop me into. I couldn't even get confirmed by this Senate that have confirmed RFK Jr. as the head of the Department of Health and Human Services. I'm such a smuck. Let's finish this whole story.
She does have that court victory in the civil lawsuit where a judge has ordered Trump to pay $500 million. We reached out to the Department of Justice, and they declined to comment.
New video obtained exclusively by CNN. It shows the director of the DOJ's Weaponization Working Group, Ed Martin, posing for photos outside of New York Attorney General Letitia James's home last week.
Ed Martin was recently put in charge of the investigations into New York Attorney General Letitia James. There's an investigation looking into whether she committed mortgage fraud, and also an investigation that is looking into her civil lawsuit that was brought against Donald Trump, his adult sons, and the company. And you can see here on this video, Ed Martin is there with a colleague from the Department of Justice. He's outside of Letitia James's home, and he does pose for a photograph outside of that home. Now, he was on Fox News on Sunday, and he said that he was there because he had had meetings in New York and New Jersey, and that he decided to go by the home. He said you have to lay eyes on it, and also saying that you got to get a sense of what is at stake. But Letitia James's attorney, Albie Lowell, has pushed back. He wrote a letter to Ed Martin yesterday in which he highlighted this unusual visit to Letitia James' home, which they say is an intimidation tactic. He also pointed out that soon after being appointed to be leading this investigation, that Ed Martin called for James's resignation, and then also went on Fox News on Sunday and said that he wanted to look into every aspect of James's life, which some people would call a fishing expedition. So Lowell has said that, were there any doubts as to your political retributive mission? You erased them in your first statements about your appointment when you stated that your assignment is to, quote, stick the landing. A responsible and credible federal prosecutor is not a pommel horse gymnast. Now, I've spoken with other former federal prosecutors who also say that these moves are highly unusual, and it could have real-world implications. If the grand jury were to return an indictment, this could...
The grand jury subsequently indicted her, and what happened? What happened was it was thrown out. It was thrown out of the court. So let's be real clear on what happened. Now, why am I talking about this? You may wonder. Let me tell you why I am talking about.
Breaking moments ago,
Let me tell you why I am talking about Letitia James and this buffoon right here. Let's get into the reporting about Ed Martin. This is why.
And then can you have some brand
This is why this is a brand new reporting on Ed Martin.
reporting about Ed Martin, the Justice Department lawyer who's been the leading advocate for a lot of the investigations that Donald Trump wants into his political adversaries. What's going on with Martin?
That's right. Ed Martin, a polarizing figure, even by the standards of the second Trump administration. Remember, Stop the Steal co-founder, defended January 6 defendants, and has been a leading advocate for these investigations that target Donald Trump's political adversaries. He, as we understand it, we've been told...
He defended some of the January 6 rioters. And there is not a position that 4547 will not give this man, including the Department of Weaponization of the government. They're trying to say that these people are going after, weaponized the government under the Biden administration. What a strange name to put on this made up agency within Trump's government, weaponization of the DOJ. When this is, in fact, the DOJ under Donald Trump being weaponized to go after Trump's enemies. He's also accused Adam Schiff and of mortgage fraud and a couple of more people. So let's continue. Let's see who Ed Martin really is. And you also said that you also heard that he wanted to investigate her case against himself and his son's business. You know, the case that she successfully prosecuted. That's not all. Let's continue.
By 3 people. He's been sidelined from his role as heading the so-called weaponization working group, in part over his feud, longstanding feud with Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, who is said to just loathe, absolutely despise Ed Martin. And so Ed Martin remains the pardon attorney. That's another one of his jobs. And the Justice Department spokesperson told us in a statement, hey, Ed has been appointed pardon attorney and he's been doing it.
Now, in it you have to do a lot to be despised by Todd Blanche. Because Todd Blanche is so despicable that he was the one who went way below his pay grade and visited the prison of Ghislaine Maxwell, and after interviewing her, put her in a cupcake, cushy-ass prison. So for you to discuss this motherfucker, what does this say about you? Let's continue.
Great job at that. He did not address what we understand to be the sidelining of Ed Martin from, I think, the role he cares more about, which is the weaponization working group role. But that's our understanding. He is not exercising that role right now. He's at a different office, not at Main Justice, working on pardons, which in and of itself is a very controversial part of the Trump administration. But in terms of his efforts to go after people like James Comey and Letitia James, he's not involved in that anymore, as we understand it.
Well, that's interesting. Ken, thank you for getting us up to speed on all that stuff. Appreciate it. Coming up next.
Okay, hold on. I'm not done with these people. Hold on. Let's go back. These are the people that are being nominated for positions in this administration. Where are we? Now, after these judges said that these people were unqualified to hold their position, and the judges, which is the way it worked, are then tasked to find a position to fill these positions at 45, 47 want to keep these unqualified people in longer than the number of days which is allowed. He wants to make these interim nominations permanent fixtures. You know why he wants to do that? Because he's putting people in these positions that cannot be confirmed by Congress. Because he's putting people in these positions and he understands that they only have several days to be in these positions. But he also understands that he's putting people in positions where they'll be able to prosecute his enemies. But they cannot be confirmed by Congress because they're such shit shows nominees that there's no way that they will be confirmed. So he thinks that he can just extend and extend and extend their interim. Let's see how that worked out.
The judge situation is ridiculous. The only people that you can get by are Democrats because they will put a hold on it. If I put up George Washington and Abraham Lincoln to be U.S. Attorney in New Jersey or to be U.S. Attorney in Virginia, we have Democrat senators.
Who was U.S. attorney that he put up in New Jersey? Alina Habba. Who was the U.S. attorney that he put up in Virginia? Uh, 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 what is that other girl name? I just told you her name. Alina Habba and the beauty pageant contestant. These are the people he put up, and it's the judge's fault. It's the judge's fault that he put up people who could not be confirmed by the Senate.
They will not approve them. And this is a gentleman's agreement that's lasted for too long. And it doesn't make it, especially in light of what's going on today, it means you can't appoint a Republican U.S. attorney. And we don't play the same game with them.
Yeah, actually, you can put up a qualified U.S. attorney and make them go through Congress, go through the Senate, and be confirmed. Yeah. So why should the procedure change for him? He's sitting up and complaining about a procedure because he refuses to put up a qualified person, have them go through confirmation to be confirmed or not, because he insists on putting up these airhead motherfucking sycophants who will do anything. Lindsay Halligan in Virginia and Alina Habba in New Jersey. So he's mad at the judges for doing their job after he tries to react their internship in these positions. The judges are doing what the law says is supposed to be done.
But they do.
Let's see what that says. What did Pam Bimbo do?
But they do.
DOJ fires new U.S. attorney appointed by judges. Like I told you, when Alina Habba was told you have to vacate this seat, and 4547 did not put up a new nominee for the U.S. attorney of New Jersey. The judges then appointed somebody, and what did Pam Bimbo do to this appointed person that the judges rightfully chose to fill that seat? A career DOJ employee. Pam Bimbo fired her. Because they wanted this unqualified person to be there to do Trump's bidding. Judges don't pick U.S. attorneys. You're fired, says the DOJ. Judges don't pick U.S. attorneys. This is your government.
The Justice Department is moving to fire a newly appointed U.S. attorney in upstate New York. The clash is escalating tensions between the courts and the Trump administration over appointment powers. On February 11th, judges in the Northern District of New York appointed Donald Kinsella as U.S. attorney.
Now, we were talking about New Jersey, and we were talking about the Southern District of New York. RonyiQ, this guy is from the Northern District of New York. Why are you talking about him, RonyiQ? Because there was a little known case that was going on against Letitia James in the Northern District of New York as well that I have talked to you about. But the for-profit media was mum on the fact that the same shit was going on in the Northern District of New York. What was going on in the Northern District of New York had to do with John Sarone. Are you familiar with John Sarone? Another interim person that they had sitting in the position that the judges had to get him out of and nominate this man. What was George Sarone doing in the Northern District of New York? He was trying to prosecute Letitia James, of course. Of course, he was trying to prosecute Letitia James. He was trying to prosecute her based upon the case that she had won against Donald Trump. And he was also trying to prosecute her based upon the case that she had won against the National Rifle Association. What did John Sarone say? He said that he wanted to subpoena Letitia James, and he wanted access to every file in her office. Does that sound like another fishing expedition? He said he should have the right to go through all of her files in her office and find whatever there is to find in her office. A fishing expedition. And 4547, he went beyond the number of days that is allowed to have an interim person in that position, and 4547 tried to extend his term. And when they tried to extend his term, the judges kept said "fuck you," and they put this man in the position of that job. And Pam Bimbo tried to fire him as well. It didn't work out.
Attorney. The appointment came the same day the Justice Department sought to remove him from the post. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche posted on X declaring in quotes, "Judges don't pick, U.S. attorneys at POTUS does." The dispute centers on who has constitutional authority to fill a vacant U.S. attorney position. The U.S. District Court for the Northern District of New York said it acted under Article 2 of the Constitution. Judges cited language allowing Congress to vest certain appointments in the courts of law. Kinsella was chosen to replace John Sarone III, who had been serving on an acting basis. Sarkone's tenure was blocked after a federal judge ruled he was serving unlawfully. U.S. District Judge Lorna Schofield found the Justice Department improperly extended Sarkone's term. Federal law generally limits interim U.S. attorneys to 120 days without Senate confirmation. After that period, district court judges may appoint a replacement until the vacancy is filled. The Justice Department used procedural steps to try to keep Sarone in the role. Schofield also barred Sarone from overseeing an investigation into New York Attorney General Letitia James. Similar legal battles have played out in New Jersey, Virginia, California, and Nevada. In New Jersey, an appeals court ruled Alina Eichenhaber's appointment violated federal law. In Virginia, a judge ruled Lindsay Halligan was unlawfully serving as U.S. attorney.
Alina Habba says she's stepping down as U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey after the courts disqualified her. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, she's not disqualified. You've got a blue slip thing that's horrible. It's a horrible thing. It makes it impossible to appoint.
What is this blue slip thing? This blue slip thing is where Cory Booker and the other senator in New Jersey had the right to oppose her position. I think only one have to do a blue slip. But in New Jersey, both of the senators of New Jersey said no, she's not qualified and she will not get this job. And he is very mad about it.
Appoint a judge or a U.S. attorney, and it's a shame. And the Republicans should be ashamed of themselves that they allowed this to go on, because I can't appoint a U.S. attorney that's not a Democrat.
So how are the Republicans letting this go on? Because he wanted the Republicans to make a vote and rescind the ability for senators to use blue slips. So the Republicans said, no, we're not going to do that, because they understand that there's going to be a time when they are going to want to use the blue slip. See, this administration thinks that everything that they do, that the Republicans are going to be forever in power. Why does he act as if the Republicans and his administration is going to forever be in power? He does not have the wherewithal to think, hey, if we make president in doing this, when the Democrats, if and when the Democrats get back in power, they're going to have the same abilities that we are trying to misuse when they get back in power. But it seems like he doesn't have the wherewithal to think that, hey, this may be detrimental because it can be done to us as well. These illegal things that I want done can be done to Republicans. Okay, let's continue.
Because they put a block on it. So if you appoint in Virginia or in New Jersey or in California a U.S. attorney or a judge, I mean, a judge situation is ridiculous. The only people that you can get by are Democrats because they will put a hold on it. If I put
The only person you can get by is a Democrat because they will put a hold on it. So what he's saying is because he's nominating people who are Republicans, they are being stopped. No, they're being stopped because you're nominating unexperienced sycophants who will do your bidding. The Pam Bimbo type is who you're nominating, and they cannot be confirmed through Congress. Is Congress just confirmation in Congress? Is that just done by Democrats? No, that's done by Republicans too. You can't get these people through your own Republican Congress. If you could get them through, you got Pete Kegbreath through. You even got RFK Jr. through. JD Vance had to come and make the deciding vote to get Kegbreath through. So if it took JD Vance to come in and get the deciding vote for Kegbreath through, surely there is more than one Republican senator who is not going to vote for your nominees. Because if they all were going to vote for your nominee, and I think there's been several seats that have been vacated since then, you would have been able to squeeze your nominee through with the vote of the eyeliner wearing JD Vance like you did with Pete Kegbreath. Get the fuck out of here.
Put up George Washington and Abraham Lincoln to be U.S. attorney or a judge. I mean, a judge situation is ridiculous. The only people that you can get by are Democrats because they will put a hold on it. If I put up George Washington and Abraham Lincoln to be U.S. attorney in New Jersey or to be U.S. attorney in Virginia, we have Democrat senators, they will not approve them. And this is a gentleman's agreement that's lasted for too long, and it doesn't make it, especially in light of what's going on today. It means you can't appoint a Republican U.S. attorney. And we don't play the same game with them, but they do. And I hope that somebody speaks to Senator Grassley about doing something about the blue slip, because I'm telling you, John, I put up great people, top people, highest education, the best lawyers to be like U.S. attorney, and both senators, it only takes one.
Yeah, they can't complete the confirmation process. Now, understand Lindsey Halligan was not blue slipped. Understand that what is his name? Understand that John Sarone, he was not blue slipped by the state senators. So he's lying. The only one who was blue slipped by the senators was Alina Habba from New Jersey. Now he's lying, telling you that the blue slip is the problem. No, the fact that they cannot be confirmed by the Senate is the problem.
If they're Democrat senators, they say we're not going to approve it. I had a couple of them say, "Why don't you appoint Democrats?" All because Senator Grassley, with his blue slip stuff, will not let anybody go by. By the way, the Democrats have violated the blue slip provision on numerous occasions, but we don't do it. And what it means is, I guess I just have to keep appointing people for 3 months and then just appoint another one. And it's a very sad.
I guess I'll have to keep appointing people for 3 months and then appoint another one and another one. No, you're not going to have to keep doing that because you're not allowed to keep doing that. You see that he had the belief that he could just do whatever the fuck he wanted to do. And he said it out loud. Let's continue.
Situation. We're losing a lot of great people. We have about 7 U.S. attorneys who are not going to be able to keep their jobs much longer because of the blue slip. Because unless...
kind of like the U.S. attorney who lost their job when the judge rightfully appointed her to the position that Alina Habba wouldn't step down from. So the judge appointed a career DOJ, an experienced DOJ official, kind of like that. Though, are those the type of attorneys that great attorneys that you are losing in the DOJ? Because Pam Bondi fired her because judges appointed her rightfully to a position that Alina Habba had done her time in and was no longer eligible to be the U.S. attorney in New Jersey. Is that what are these the people that you're talking about that you've lost at the DOJ? No. You're talking about bimbos that will do anything you tell them to do, that would try to prosecute anybody who is on your I hate them list.
I think I know why they did that, to protect their ass. Okay, that's why they did that. But it should be done away with. I want to be able to appoint the most highly educated, the most respected people. They can't keep their jobs because of the blue slip.
How is Alina Habba one of the most highly respected people? And when she had never tried a case, how is the other bimbo that you appoint, Lindsay Halligan from Virginia, who has never filed a case, who fucked up that case so badly that she tried to bring where she was already, and you and Pam Bimbo were already told that there was no case against Letitia James, and she went in to court sitting at the wrong table and everything, a whole bimbo, a whole inexperienced, and he wants you to believe that they are not letting the best people in. This is your administration.
Terrible. The judge situation is ridiculous. The only people that you can get by are Democrats because they will put a hold on it. If I put up George Washington and Abraham Lincoln to be U.S.
So we've heard that. Now let me delve into a little of this. We're talking about the appointees. So they brought up the Northern District of New York person. So let's see, who exactly are they talking about? Let's see who they're talking about. I'm gonna put it right here for you. Oh, I already have it here. Okay, let's see who they're talking about in the Northern District of New York. I think I have to refresh this.
The judge situation is ridiculous.
Let's talk about John.
The only people that you can get by.
Let's talk about John Sarone. Shall we?
A federal judge disqualified the top federal prosecutor in upstate New York and invalidated subpoenas his office issued to Democratic State Attorney General Letitia James. U.S. District Judge Lorna Schofield ruled that John Sarone III had been unlawfully serving as U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of New York and therefore lacked authority to subpoena James. It's a blow to the Trump administration's efforts to install U.S. attorneys without Senate confirmation. Schofield said the executive branch acted without lawful authority when attempting to retain Sarone after his temporary term expired. The DOJ has argued Attorney General Pam Bondi has the authority to make repeated interim appointments beyond the statutory 120-day limit. Courts across multiple jurisdictions have so far rejected that interpretation. Multiple federal judges have disqualified U.S. attorneys installed under similar circumstances. Federal judges have also disqualified prosecutors in Virginia, Nevada, and the Los Angeles area.
Any question? Let's see what John Sarone was actually up to, shall we? Let's see what he was trying to do.
A legal win today for New York Attorney General Letitia James, with an Albany judge disqualifying John Sarone as the federal prosecutor overseeing the investigation. The judge ruling he was serving unlawfully when he requested subpoenas. However, Justice Department lawyers say he was appointed properly. This comes after a separate judge dismissed indictments against James and former FBI Director James Comey last November, citing an unlawful appointment.
Oh, I want to.
So I'm down.
Oh shit!
And they up here. So.
A legal win today for New York.
I actually wanted to talk about John Sarone investigation. Hold on. Hold on. That's about his appointment. Serving unlawfully. I talked about John Sarone in this knife attack. This reporter right here talks about John Sarone not even living in the district that he is representing. This reporter right here, Sarone, stays on as U.S. Attorney, and he tried to stay on as U.S. Attorney, but that did not work out well for him. Also, let's see. We're going to cover whatever part of the Hillary Clinton testimony before Congress. She is scheduled to testify when that starts, or we are going to take a peek in and see what she's talking about. I think this may be it.
Starting a business can seem like a daunting task, unless you have a
fiscally responsible.
I am Kate. Favorite among some of the at hand. Who is John A. Sarone III, and what is the Northern District of New York?
Okay, so John Sarone is an attorney from Westchester County who had previously been part of Trump's team back in 2016 during that election. A favorite among some of the people who work on behalf of the Trump administration in New York. And because of a resignation earlier this year by a U.S. Attorney, Carla Friedman, who was ahead of the 32 county Northern District, which is one of several federal districts across the state of New York. And there was a vacancy created. Sarone was appointed in March to be the interim U.S. Attorney. Bondi made that appointment, and because it was an interim appointment, he was in that job for 120 days, which had been a rather colorful experience.
So to skip ahead to the last couple of weeks of that 4-month appointment, Sarone was menaced by an undocumented migrant, gentleman from El Salvador, outside of a hotel in downtown Albany. That turned into a national story. The migrant was initially charged with attempted murder. It was later reduced to misdemeanor charges. He pleaded guilty, is now serving 90 days in Albany County Jail, and is likely going to be deported. But in an affidavit that...
So understand that John Sarone lied about his encounter with this undocumented immigrant, and then he went on. He lied and said the man was lunging at him with a knife, and he feared for his life. I also played the actual camera footage from the hotel, and you can see that this man was in no jeopardy of this homeless man walking on the street, as he was in the standing in front of a hotel with a whole big circular driveway that was so far away from the sidewalk, as this man was walking by, and Sarone was out front of the hotel smoking a cigarette right outside of the doors of the hotel. John Sarone was the one who walked down the driveway and interacted with this homeless man. He was the one who initiated everything that happened with this homeless man. And then when he got on the phone calls, the phone calls are recorded. He's out of breath and such a victim of someone attacking him and coming at him with a knife. A whole bunch of bullshit. You can look that. I'll link that story in the description box as well.
That Mr. Sarone
And
filed.
then Mr. Sarone comes out and tells you that he's a homeless, undocumented immigrant. Ooh, oh, be afraid, be very afraid. I said the key word in sequence, so therefore you know that he's a criminal. He lied.
After that incident, he gave an address in downtown Albany as his residence, and you ended up doing a story on that claim. Can you summarize it for our listeners?
So yeah, that incident in mid-June occurred when John Sarcone, interestingly, was strolling around downtown around 10 o'clock at night on a weeknight. Some people had asked me in the previous weeks and months that he was
In a seedy part of town in the middle of the night. What was he looking for? Dick or drugs? What was he looking for? Isn't that why they pull black people over? You're in a bad part of neighborhood where they do these crimes, that crimes, the other crime. What was he looking for? Dick or drugs? I don't know.
here, whether he was truly a resident of the Northern District, which is required for a U.S. attorney, whether that requirement kicks in for an interim U.S. attorney and how soon is a little bit muddled. And so this unusual incident, he was smoking a cigar walking along Lodge Street in Albany and had an encounter with this man that appeared to be a homeless individual from El Salvador who had re-entered the country illegally. And police had video of the incident. There's no doubt that there was an encounter between the two and that the other man had wielded a knife. Whether it rose to an attempted murder charge, of course, was another matter. It didn't seem to reach that level of seriousness. Through a FOIL request, I ultimately had obtained a copy of some of the court records in this case, including an affidavit that Mr. Sarcone gave his account of the incident. And in that affidavit, he had listed his address as a residence in the Sheridan Hollow neighborhood. Even though he no longer plans to live there, I guess I won't disclose the residence. But when I visited it, having known that neighborhood very well as a former crime reporter, it struck me as odd that he would pick to live in that neighborhood. The house turned out to be boarded up. It was in violation of a number of codes, including not being reported as a vacant residence and never having an active building permit if it had been renovated inside. And so that led to some questions to Mr. Sarcone about his residency. And
so he didn't live in the district. He lied about living in the district. And when he got questioned about this by this reporter, he then presented someone who pretended to be the landlord who wanted to tell him that the whole inside of this place had been totally and thoroughly renovated. You just heard the man said that they have been no work permits, no permits pulled to do any type of work on this vacant building that John Sarcone tried to pretend like he was living in so he could be in the district that he was the interim U.S. Attorney General for. Okay, so this is who was trying to prosecute Letitia James, and this is who your 45-47 administration actually tried to keep in this position. These are the qualifications. This is the merit of the people who are being chose by this president who's such a victim of the Democrats because he cannot do anything he wants to do. How dare a fucking judge or a fucking law stand in his way? What did I say I was going to put in the description box? I totally forgot. I totally forgot what I said I was going to put in the description box. This link, all of the links that I have presented to you are in the description box right now. This guy was dangerous. U.S. Attorney John Sarcone speaks after knife attack. Uh, go Google it. I'm done with John Sarcone. There is so much more I need to get into. Let me see what you guys are talking about. I'm pretty sure you guys are not touching on the qualifications or lack thereof that John Sarcone has. Listen, listen. The progressive are not reporting what needs to be reported. Of course, everyone cares about affordability, but affordability is not the only thing that you should care about, in my opinion. You should care about these people who can throw you in prison when there is actually a DOJ list that is being compiled to determine that U.S. citizens who work within their rights can be deemed as domestic terrorists. And these are the people at the top of the heap who will be doing the prosecution of people who are vaguely described as domestic terrorists if they are reported to be anti-Christian, anti-capitalism, and all anti-American family, have extremist views on migration. Uh, this is why you should also be worried about what is actually going on in your Department of Justice, as these unqualified sycophants to this administration are at the highest level of prosecution. This is why there's more thing. You're not going to have to worry about affordability if these motherfucking can hijack you into getting arrested and doing prison time. You ain't got to worry about affordability then. It's all important. You have to focus on everything. These are people who can take your life away from you and throw you in a gulag. Why do you think they're building so many? Why do you think that there's so many warehouses are being turned into ICE facilities? Why do you think that ICE has the technology of Palantir to do facial recognition, to go into your phone without a warrant just by being in close proximity to you, and to find out everything that you have in your phone down to your emails? Why do you think that ICE is sitting up there telling people that, taking pictures, holding cameras up to people's faces, telling them now you're going to be on a terrorist watch list? All of this is important. That's why I'm talking about it all. Because a lot of you didn't even know, most people probably didn't even know about this motherfucker in the Northern District of New York, John Sarcone. These are the type of people that they are putting in position to prosecute American people out of vindictiveness. They have a whole FBI number that they are telling the DOJ to promote. So just normal American citizens can report you to the FBI for your behavior, that they think that you are a domestic terrorist based upon these flimsy explanation of what it is to be a domestic terrorist. That's why I'm talking about this, because this is important. Do you think? What do you think? Okay, let me share this with you. Now, one thing you said affects Black foundational Americans. So Letitia James and Lisa Cook are not foundational Black Americans. These are not foundational Black Americans. The people that are being put on terrorist watch lists by the Department of Justice and being turned in to 800 numbers by the FBI, are they not foundational Black Americans? Who the fuck do you think when word gets out readily that there is an 800 number where you can report people for activities not showing Christian family values? They are wanting to put you on a terrorist watch list. Who the fuck you think they gonna be calling them? Who the fuck do you think they gonna be calling this 800 number on? You don't see all of the Karenicity out in the city where they're calling police on Black people all the time for just doing regular shit? Do you not think that they're gonna be not gonna be calling the FBI on your ass for just doing regular shit, telling the FBI that you're un-American, that you don't hold Christian values, that you don't hold traditional family values, that you are anti uh Christian, anti what else? Anti-Christian, anti-capitalism. You don't think that they're gonna be calling on foundational Black Americans? Huh? I'm just curious. That's why that you see, if you don't know what you're up against, you don't take it seriously. If you do not know that these are the people who can actually affect your life, put you in prison, and they have made it easier, and they have made the bar lower of what you can be accused of, to be deemed a domestic terrorist in your own country while living under your constitutional rights. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. I apologize. Maybe it's me. Maybe I wasn't clear enough, because I just want to be real clear on this. It has been happening even under the Obama administration, but now it has been accelerated. I don't disagree with you on that, but under the Obama administration, there was not a easy, simplified way to get everyday citizens to turn you in as being a domestic terrorist to your country. And under the Obama administration, there was not a flagrant use of U.S. attorneys being put in place who don't know even how to try a case, and uh, rejecting the fact that they are unqualified and trying to stay in the position just by sheer will of, I'm not leaving this because I'm going to be prosecuting people. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? That's why that's why I'm giving you the information. That's all I got to say. I'm not in a position for them to do anything to me personally. Maybe to select leaders. No, these are. It's not just the leaders. I don't. Maybe I'm not clear on what you're saying on maybe just select leaders. But this is this call has been put out for you to report American citizens as domestic terrorists. And these are the people that they are putting in positions to prosecute you on this bullshit that they're trying to prosecute you for acting within your rights. They're trying to prosecute you, and they're trying to scare you out of going to the voting booth. They're trying to nationalize the elections. If they have nationalized the election, if they have a national police force, which they call ICE, who are there giving all of this technology to know everything about you. Why does ICE have the technology to know everything about you? Why are American citizens put in ICE databases? Because they have the technology to get all of your information. See, all of this stuff in its entirety uh, is just not existing in a vacuum. All of this procuring of warehouses to store up to 80,000 people per warehouse is not for undocumented immigrants. That's just my opinion. Not true. There have been a Muslim target by the FBI during the Obama Bush. Uh, no, I don't have to Google because I already have a page up. Let me share this with you. Let me share. I think it's on this page. I already was going to talk about that. Funny you say that. I was already going to talk about that. I think it's this page. Let me see. I think it's right here. Funny that you say that. Let me see. Yes, it's funny. Is this the one? I think it's this page. No, it's Ken Klippenstein. Hold the phone. I definitely was going to talk to you about that today. You cooking with fire, and it is only Muslim names on this list. Let me find it right quick. I do not disagree with you. Okay, here we go. Let's share this with you. If you're not familiar with Ken Klippenstein, I have told you guys to go over and check out his Substack. I'm going to drop the link to this article in the chat, and it will also be in my description box. Let's go over this. They are talking about Trump cheers legal doxing. So, State of the Union affirms national security state's greatest show on earth. Here we are. We're taking down one of the most sinister cartels, kingpins of all, Donald Trump said in a celebration of the national security state last week. In January, he went on to say, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. There's little question that the national security state can produce spectacular feats, and Trump loves it. No other part of the government can do anything close. Trump has been seduced, pure and simple, by the one thing that works, and he sees it. Foreign leaders, foreign leader Trump crowed last night called me, and they said, very impressive in responding to the kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela. From the killing of bin Laden in 2011, who was the president then? Barack Obama was the president in 2011. To the present, the U.S. and Israel have conducted more and more regular decapitation strike, a method of warfare that is nothing like the many failed attempts to take down Saddam Hussein, aided by uh, ubiquitous surveillance, tip-top security techniques, and artificial intelligence. Individuals can now be found and tracked in real time. Contrary to Hollywood depictions, it is not just one guy at an all-seeing computer telling the door knockers where to go. In actuality, there are thousands of supporting actors and unsung participants, spies, cyber warriors, planners, targeters, analysis pilots, drone operators, watch officer, and on, who back up the Delta Force or SEAL Team 6 commandos on the ground. Just like Amazon, same day shipping. Decapitation strikes can now produce instant results thanks to a sprawling infrastructure of logistical system that has been painstakingly constructed over the past 2 decades. From the perspective of the customer, whether that is Trump or Obama, the promise of success and perfection has become so alluring, the option is just too convenient to pass up. Now, we're not going to forget about how Netanyahu did that strike on those pagers and blew up those pagers that uh, uh, they say that they struck a lot of the head Hamas leaders. At the same time, all of these pagers blew up, and whoever else got hurt and lost their lives, who was standing near or around them, oh well. So, like they say, Israeli and American technology. We are very well aware that Palantir was uh, embedded with, well, now I wouldn't say embedded, used to help Israel in these strikes where they were just ethnically cleansing Palestine. I'll put it that way. But it has been described as a genocide as well. Okay, instant results thanks to a sprawling infrastructure and logistical system that has been painstakingly constructed over the past 2 decades. From the perspective of the customer, whether it's Trump or Obama, the promise of success and perfection has become so alluring, the option is just too convenient to pass up. It seems almost every frictionless, with little thought going into beyond the takedown. Just push a button and you get results. The capability to do this is not static. Strikes like these on Maduro and El Menchino, that is the Mexican drug lord that they just took down this weekend in Mexico. What you thought that was just by happenstance? You thought that was like old style footwork, police footwork that went on in Mexico this weekend? How would you think that? And more feasible today because of the wealth of data that was never available before, as quickly or as precisely targeted. Data produced by phones, computer, and the digital exhaust of social media, the emanations of cars, and the vast internet of things, gadgets such as Ring cameras. The data is processed in ways that are faster and faster with greater and greater precision. The objective is real-time geolocation. What Trump celebrated in the State of the Union and what no one has really named is this practice that I call lethal doxing. The acquisition of someone's most sensitive personal information, revealing their up to the moment location, followed by the lethal part. It's doxing at a national state scale with a kill chain attached. Now, so I ask you, I really ask you, do you think that this is just for high level people? Do you think that this is has killing people have killing United States citizens only been for high level people of power? Did Renee was Renee Good a high level person of power? Was Petty was he a high level person of power? Huh? I'm just asking. And has anybody been prosecuted for this? Has anybody gone to jail, been investigated or prosecuted for these killings? No. And it's a wonder that people don't see the handwriting on the wall. It's just odd. Okay. Okay. Lethal doxing, the practice of using cutting edge state surveillance techniques to discern a target's real time location to capture or kill them. C.L. Micho, Nicholas Maduro, Kazim Soleimani. And as with the internet doxing, the information age has made it easier than at any point in human history. Maybe that's why ICE is so paranoid about it, treating doxing as a life or death threat to their officers. Now, maybe that's why ICE is covered up. Because even if you do get the information on the people who have done this to you, you cannot not even identify them. They have so much plausible deniability because you don't even know who the fuck is doing this shit to you. You can't you can't figure out who they are by their face, but they can figure out who you are by your face if you just happen to be standing in the crowd and they want to determine that, hey, they were standing in that crowd and that person next to them had a sign, so therefore they are part of this network. That national security presidential memorandum, NSPM7, that I've been telling you about, that is also written up by Ken Klippenstein. You know the tapes that I've been telling you about Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, saying that they want to follow people in some occasions take their lives with Palantir information. You know the stuff that I discussed with you about how Palantir gives everyone a kill number, and depending on what your number is, you are going to lose your life based on AI technology and a number that is given to you. This type of technology. Do you think that? So ICE has this type of technology. Why? Okay. The killing of Mexican cartel leader El Micho is just the latest indication of a quiet shift toward lethal doxing as the routine instrument of diplomacy, statecraft, warfare, or even just revenge. The shifts scarcely discussed at all in the mainstream. They didn't touch on. Wait a minute. What was this operation and how did this operation go down? Nothing. They gave you absolutely nothing. They don't want you to be informed because for you to be informed, that they don't want you to be informed. Let me see. Let me see. Where am I? Where I lost my place. Oh, I'm way down here. I apologize. Okay. It has not been discussed at all in the mainstream. Has taken place for reasons that make it likely to outlive the Trump administration. It will likely even outlive the Trump administration because the mainstream media is not discussing it, and a lot of people are unaware. A lot of people are going on with their lives as if everything is the same as usual. Do you not think that this technology, you think that people are pouring billions of dollars into this technology to strike just world leaders? No. What if the people rise up? What if the people rise up? What will the government do when the people get sick of being poor, of being shitted on, of losing health care, losing their lives, being poisoned by their government, allowing pollutants into their air and water. What will happen if the people say enough of this shit? What will happen if the people say enough of this billionaire class being given all of this cash, all of these tax breaks, not paying their employees while trying to create ways to put the American worker out of their jobs? What's going to happen when the people get enough? What's going to happen when you understand that these billionaires who are creating all of this shit that is what am I trying to say? That is going to fuck up your life, but they have their little excuse me, I'm having a brain fart. They have their little caverns that they can go to for their own personal safety. Where are you going to go to be safe? Where are you going to go to be safe? When the billionaires have been laying out of public eye lately. Why do you think that they have been laying out of public eye? Because so much shit has been coming out about them that they rightfully think that you guys would be aghast at how the fucking deck is stacked against the regular working person and how they are reaping all of the wealth and thinking about doing a whole lot more sinister shit to you. They think that you would be up in arms at this part, that they're not even taking public engagements and things like that. They're making sure that they stay close to their secured facilities where they can go in and lock themselves down. And just in case you get an inkling up your ass until the technology take care of everything and they are free to come out again. Okay, that's just my speculation on it. As with the internet, doxing the information in the information age has made it easier than at any point in human history. Maybe that's why ICE is so. Oh, I already read that. Okay, here we are. Here we are. The names. I told you I had the names. It is likely to outlive the Trump administration, but simply hard targets have become relatively easy ones. The body count is growing rapidly, adding to experience and confidence on the part of the secret special operations of the U.S. and Israeli militaries. Here are just some of the big ones. And what will you notice about these names on this list? Osama bin Laden, 2011. Anwar al-Awlaki, September 2011. Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, January 2016. Abba Baghdadi, what is this? Abu Barak El Bahadi, October of 2019. Salman Ali, January of 2020. Aman El Zawahi, July 2022. Ismail, I don't know, Hania, July 2024. Hassan Nasrallah, September of 2024. Yahani Sinwar, October 2024. Ahmad al-Raha, the Houthi Prime Minister, August of 2025. Nicolas Maduro, January 2026. Do you see hear any European names on this? Do you see any Israeli names on this? What names do you see this? You see people who are most likely all Muslims on this list. Not all Muslims. We have El Chapo and we have Nicolas Maduro. What do you see on this list? Who are they attacking? Welcome to the golden age of lethal docking. U.S. adversaries presumably benefited from the same advancements, seems interested in the same practice. Following the Maduro operation, there have been reports that the Chinese military has been probing leadership elements in Taiwan for its own targeting purposes. Lethal doxing is attractive in part because it generates a lot of headlines and heroic reporting with the appearance that something important has happened. And yet, Joseph Humeri, now Trump's own acting assistant secretary of defense, discusses the limitations of decapitating strikes in his testimony before Congress last year. A prominent academic such as Dr. Guadalupe Corbera from George Mason University have argued that major Mexican cartels have abandoned the kingpin model a long time ago in favor of a caste structure, which means it's kind of like when they do that, it's kind of like taking a hammer and hitting a ball of mercury, and all of the mercury just spans out all over the place and rolls all over the place. And now instead of just being able to pick up that one chunk of mercury, now you have mercury spread everywhere in places that you can't even see with your naked eye. It makes it that much harder to clean up the mercury. He also describes it as a whack-a-mole. Okay. Major Mexican cartels have abandoned the kingpin model a long time ago in favor of a caste structure that functions as a transnational enterprise. She argues that the result of Mexican President Felipe Calderon decapitation strategy against the cartel, which resulted in the fragmentation of these structures and the expansion into several countries throughout the Western Hemisphere, including the United States. In the case of Al Qaeda, this was always the fear that the war on terror was a game of whack-a-mole. Though, to be fair, its most famous leader was never replaced by anyone near as effective. And yet, through corporate Al Qaeda in Afghanistan was defeated, it still survives and is spawned the half dozen organizations, including ISIS, that are still very much alive. I could link to any number of scholarly studies arguing for and against. I don't know why it keeps doing this. For and against decapitation strikes. But what's the point? If any of the strings of examples we have, ask yourself what beyond the theater has been achieved for the long term. From the Western Hemisphere to Iran, we are to believe that all of these Purple Hearts and Medals of Honor represent more than the honor and bravery of the individuals in uniform. And yet, after all is done, nothing changes. The drug war, the military efforts to bring stability to Mexico and Central America, the literally endless. We've been warring with Iran my whole entire life. The terrorist threat never goes away. Russia is on the move and on and on. Now we face the possibility of decapitation strikes in Iran, some version of a modern day regime change played out in a bin Laden like killing or a Maduro like capture. The media coverage, especially from Israel, certainly implies some type of major showdown is coming, as I wrote about yesterday, as I read to you yesterday. And this and other operations like it happened not because they influence American public opinion, especially in the confidence they place in the military over virtually all other institutions. I'm going to drop this a link in the chat. Is that what you're talking about? Am I wrong? Is that what you were thinking? I don't know. That's what I thought you were thinking. Yes, yes, yes. I am definitely, I am definitely butchering those Arabic names. But you saw the names. You know, I did the best I could. I did the best I could. Let me uh, let me link this in my description box. So I'm gonna drop the link. You're more than welcome to hit the link. Where do I drop the link on here? Hold on 1 second. Let me remove this. Just in case someone wants to hit the link and speak for themselves. Leonard, yeah, I butchered those names. If you have something that you want to add, you're more than welcome. Just do not be disrespectful, and we are all good. Okay, so you're more than welcome to hit the link. Let me pin the link. I will pin this link just in case if you hear something and you want to join the conversation, as long as you're not disrespectful, you're more than welcome to hit the link. The link has been pinned. Hey, Sincere. Hey, Very Carrie. Hey, M. Renee. Everyone coming in. Madison, I didn't see you. Oh, I just came to my YouTube portion of my stream. Uh, I didn't see any of you guys over here. It is good to see you all. Okay, so the link has been pinned. So let me go on to. I was talking about the people who 45, 47 have. Let me drop this one more thing in my description box under. What am I going to put this article under? I don't know. Uh, lethal doxing. That article that I just read is in my description box under lethal doxing. Okay. Y'all think y'all doing doxing. Now, understand that even JD Vance said that people should be doxxed and lose their jobs if they said anything that was uncomfortable or mean about Charlie Kirk being shot and killed. So understand that your government is about doxing. I don't. After all the laws that they said that they're going to make up about doxing, they find that it's okay for you guys to dox each other and to be doxed, but God forbid that you dox a government or a police official. You know, there's that. Now, let me see. What else did I want to? Hold on. I was at Letitia James. Look, don't be getting me off of track. I wanted to tell you what the Northern District of New York was investigating Letitia James for, because you guys heard about what she was being invested for in Virginia, but I was talking about that dang on John Sarcone. That who got me off track? Uh, who got me off track? That dang on sub. What is this? SABR Saber got me off track. Saber, I'm getting back on track because I I am talking about these phony ass investigations. Let me see. No, that's not what I want. I think I want this right here. No, that's not what I want. Okay, here we go. This may be what I want. Let's start here.
Federal prosecutors have officially opened a criminal investigation into New York Attorney General Tish James. At a media event in Albany yesterday, U.S. Attorney John Sarone wouldn't comment.
I only know what I read in the paper or what's been reported in the media. So whatever's been reported in the media, that's all I know.
I believe there was a statement from your office that sort of confirms that.
I heard about the statement and I called the reporter and told them that I'm not going to say you misquoted, but what was meant by that statement was whatever is reported in the media is all that my office is aware of.
Doubt. The New York Post claims the initial request for an investigation that was sent last month specifically referred to Sarkone's office. But again, you heard him there claiming that he only knows what has been already reported in the media. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik responding to the investigation, commending the FBI's decision to look into claims of mortgage fraud. She went on to call the AG hypocritical, arguing that her case is similar to the civil fraud case that she launched against President Trump and his company in New York. That case claimed
Elise Stefanik, who was a Trump sycophant, who thought that she was going to be the ambassador to Israel, but they couldn't spare her seat. So 47 told her she could not be the ambassador. She was actually appointed as the ambassador to Israel, and he told her, "No, you got to go back and stay in your seat and continue to give me your brainless votes and agree." And vote up everything that I put out. I can't afford you to not have your seat, and it seems like Elise Stefanik will not have a seat coming forward. A whole dumb bitch. Let's continue. This is what I wanted you to know about Sarone. Now, I see that since this is Black History Month, I see that they are having a live memorial service for the Reverend Jesse Jackson. Let's tune in.
SCLC organization
Let me
Dr.
see.
King founded. We remember a lot of his Operation Breadbasket meetings were at the old Capitol Theater at 79th and Halsted before moving to the former synagogue in Kenwood now.
And Jim, for those who weren't aware or didn't have, actually, let's go to Lauren Victory. She spent the morning along the procession route as the casket of Reverend Jackson traveled to Rainbow Push. She joins us now from 49th and Drexel. Lauren, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it's nice to hear Jim share some memories. It's really interesting. This is a time of grieving, of course, but so many people that we are encountering have smiles on their faces. They really, truly, fondly remember the Reverend Jackson and everything he stood for and those Saturday services at Rainbow Push Coalition. We are here at 49th and Drexel, one of the other designated rideshare drop-off locations, and you can see the line is also stretching in this direction. Lots of people here with walkers, people that are in their older years, but I also just noted a young woman walking by with a baby in a stroller. So there are people here trying to educate.
If you guys are unaware, I grew up in Chicago until I was 12 years old. I went to elementary school in Chicago. I have some great memories of my childhood in Chicago. And one of the great memories that I have about, excuse me. One of the great memories that I have about growing up was the impact. I apologize. I can't believe that I'm getting emotional. The impact that Jesse Jackson had on the lives of our community, the positive impact that Jesse Jackson had on our community. That Keep Hope Alive slogan, that I am somebody slogan, even though I was taught that in my house, in my family. I also want you to understand what a fabulous effect that it had in Chicago during the time that I was a child, when Chicago uh, was about helping your neighbors, respecting one another, hard work, and gaining rewards, pulling yourself up the economic ladder. That's what Chicago represented. And one of the big things that helped Chicago be great uh, when I was growing up was Jesse Jackson and what he instilled in the youth in Chicago at the time. So all of this extra shit, all men have faults. All men fall short. But I am telling you that it has been my personal experience that Jesse Jackson was, and I remember visiting the Operation Push offices as a child on a actual field trip, and we were so excited to get. We were excited that it was being built, and to actually be able to visit Operation Push. It was just such a fantastic feeling, and it's unfortunately that there's nothing being in, instilled in our youth today that even come close to this. No positivity, no forward thinking that you can be greater than the least of the people that you know, that you've been around, that your fucking current situation does not dictate the outcome of your life. So I just wanted to say that. I don't know why. A lot of people put Jesse Jackson down. I haven't really even considered or thought about Jesse Jackson in years, but to put a real truth and voice to the impact of Jesse Jackson in my lifetime, I cannot go without saying that. So that's all I have. Let me see. Let me see what they're saying about this. Okay. He will be in repose at the Rainbow Push headquarters Friday, March 6th. The People's Celebration at the House of Hope, Saturday, March 7th. Private homegoing services at the Rainbow Push headquarters. So this is what's going on. The link is going to be in my description box as well. Let's
live team coverage of the procession and the events that follow. We are going to Jackie Kostek, who is at Leak & Sons Funeral Home right now.
Ladies, good morning to you from the south side. We're in the Greater Grand Crossing neighborhood where Leak & Sons Funeral Home is. And I'm going to take a step out of the shot so you can see where the hearse is set up behind me. We just watched as someone sort of buffed down the hearse just to kind of give it one last cleaning, just to make sure that it is sparkly and ready for this procession, which will begin in the next hour. We also watched as some of Reverend Jesse Jackson's family members have begun arriving here to the funeral home. We did see Jesse Jackson Jr. arrive just about a half an hour ago. We expect that procession to begin in the next hour. It will head to the Rainbow Push Coalition headquarters, where the late Jackson will lie in repose for the next 2 days. But it is clear just how deeply rooted Reverend Jesse Jackson was in the community, because his family even has deep ties to this funeral home and the family that runs it here on the south side. So we want to show you a map of the procession route. The procession will move north on Cottage Grove to 51st Street, east, then north on Drexel, and east on 50th. Road closures began around 5:30 this morning. Particularly the north and the southbound lanes of South Drexel will be closed between East Hyde Park Boulevard and East 49th Street. Also, East 50th Street will be closed between South Drexel and South Ellis Avenue. Of course, we expect the Jackson family to be part of that procession today. As I just mentioned, we have already seen
From here, Jackson-led voter registration drives advocated for corporate accountability and pushed for greater access to education and employment opportunities. It was also here that he helped expand the idea of a rainbow coalition, uniting people across race, class, and political lines around shared economic interests. His presidential campaigns throughout the 1980s were organized through this very network, proving that a civil rights organization could also become a national political force. And for many right here in the city of Chicago, those weekly gatherings here became a place where local concerns met national attention.
I don't think there was a more brilliant strategist than him. He was a master class in observing the subtleties, understanding politics, and crafting real nuanced strategies to address the moments and the needs.
Now, those doors behind me will open at 10 o'clock this morning, and that's where organizers say that they do expect a steady stream of people throughout the day, as this will take place for 12 hours for people to be able to come and pay their respects. Ladies, we know this building behind us. This building for decades has continuously amplified the voice of Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. Today, it becomes a place of reflection for a movement that stretched far beyond these walls and far beyond the city of Chicago. We're going to be live here throughout the morning as we wait for that procession to leave from Leak & Sons Funeral Home, make its way up Cottage Grove to arrive here where many people will show up to pay their respects. We're live here outside the Rainbow Push Coalition headquarters at 50th and Drexel. I'm Darius Johnson. Dana, Audrina, back to you.
All right, Darius, there's so much history there. Thank you for that.
Let me move forward a little bit.
Repose today and tomorrow. Then next Friday, a People's Celebration is scheduled at House of Hope. There will be private services following Saturday at Rainbow Push headquarters.
And still ahead, we will get you caught up quickly on other news of the day.
And our coverage of the memorial services for Reverend Jesse Jackson will continue. Here is a live look outside life of the civil rights icon. Jackie Kostek joining us live outside the Leak & Sons Funeral Home on the south side where the procession will begin. Jackie, good morning.
Ladies, good morning to you. Well, we did just get official word that we are expecting that procession to begin in about 10 minutes from now. And we've seen more members of Reverend Jesse Jackson's family arrive.
So after he lies in repose,
he quickly became maladjusted to injustice.
Here we go.
Good morning. Good to be with you here. I'm Audrina Sinclair.
And I'm Dana Kozlov. We are just a few minutes away from the beginning of the procession to move Reverend Jesse Jackson's body to Rainbow Push headquarters, where he will lie in repose.
This is the first event in a long series celebrating the life of the civil rights icon. Jackie Kostek joining us live outside the Leak & Sons Funeral Home on the south side where the procession will
just get official word of Reverend Jesse. We've seen Jesse Jackson Jr. We've seen here this morning. You can see, well, after these buses pass by, now the procession will begin here and it will head up to the Rainbow Push. We do want to show you a street. Okay, I understand Drexel will be closed, but will be a part of this procession of their father quality had by his children. Injustice, but he also is a fearless advocate for both change and equality and had an unwavering belief in justice, but he also insisted on being called dad by his children.
As Reverend Jackson, who we called leadership, we called Reverend, but he wouldn't listen to me when I called him Reverend. He demanded that I call him Daddy. Because he said, I am that.
Born in Greenville, South Carolina in 1941 in the throes of Jim Crow, he quickly became maladjusted to injustice. He challenged those entrenched Southern systems of poverty and racial inequality, landing in jail at 17 years old, protesting for the right to use a public library. He won that battle.
The Jackson family is very close to the family that owns this funeral home here on the south side. They said they shared their dad with the world, and the world became an extended family to their family, which is really special. Now, after a couple of days here in Chicago, the Jackson's body will be taken to South Carolina, where he was born, and then it will head to Washington, D.C. because of his close ties to politics. We're going to send things over to Lauren Victory now, who is along that procession route and waiting for this procession to begin. Lauren, good morning.
Good morning, Jackie. We're about 18 blocks north of you, a little less than 2.5 miles on Cottage Grove Avenue. We haven't spotted anybody out here waiting to see the Reverend Jesse Jackson pass by, but Mary Kay said earlier it's chilly, and there are 12 hours today and 12 hours tomorrow for the public to pay their respects to Jackson inside the warmth of the Rainbow Push Coalition. I did want to point out that this procession this morning will be going north, passing by University of Chicago Medicine, that whole hospital system, and again, getting up to Rainbow Push headquarters. As we wait for the casket to pass by, I wanted to share more about next week's plans. So the Jackson family wanted to make sure that their patriarch returned to his roots on the East Coast. So after he lies in repose at Rainbow Push and before he is buried in Chicago, he'll be heading to South Carolina. Jackson grew up in Greenville and played football at Sterling High School. He famously protested at the Greenville 8 against library segregation. Jackson's loved ones did make a formal request to South Carolina lawmakers that he lie in state and repose at that state capitol, and that request was granted for Monday, March 2nd. There will be a private, then public service there, including a wreath laying planned at the South Carolina State House Rotunda in Columbia. Then a church service is scheduled that evening in West Columbia. After South Carolina, it's on to Washington, D.C. We're still waiting for details about how he'll be revered and honored there. Again, this morning we are standing by. Jackie said it's about 10 minutes till he leaves the funeral home, so we're guessing another 10 minutes to our spot, and then he's on to Rainbow Push headquarters. If you want to get outside, bundle up, and say your goodbyes, now's the time to do it. Reporting live, More Victory, CBS News, Chicago.
All right, Lauren, thank you so much.
This will be the first day that he lies in repose in this building that stood as his headquarters for more than...
I would be remiss if I didn't tell you that there was requested that he would be able to be lie in repose at the Capitol building, but Mike Johnson, Mike Johnson said that no, he refused that request. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, who is Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, who has to have a porn app hooked up to his son so him and his son can hold themselves accountable, because he wants you to believe that he's such a good Christian man. And in the belief that understanding how good of a Christian man Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, is, he and his son have an accountability app on their phones that will notify each other if one or the other visit a pornographic website on their phone. That Christian Mike Johnson refused to let Jesse Jackson lie in state. Why should Jesse Jackson lie in state? Jesse Jackson was behind freeing hostages, American hostages, and when your fucking real government, when your elected officials couldn't get these hostages freed. That is one of the biggest reasons why. So, what has Mike Johnson done? What has Mike Johnson done besides make his son be alerted if he goes on Grindr? I don't know. I wonder if his son's phone was going off when at the Republican National Convention when Grindr crashed because it was being used so much in the area of the Republican National Convention. Mike Johnson, were you at the Republican National Convention? Just asking.
5 decades, and for many, today is not just a viewing, it's a chance to stand inside a movement that he helped build. For more than 60 years, Jesse Jackson's life was intertwined with Chicago, and after working alongside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he made this city the base of his activism, founding Operation Push, later the Rainbow Push Coalition, turning local organizing into national influence. From voter registration drives to economic boycotts, from marches to presidential campaigns, Jackson pushed America to live up to its promise of equality. His iconic message, I am somebody, I may be poor, but I am somebody, became a declaration of dignity for generations of children, particularly black children. His presidential runs in the 1980s proved a black candidate could build a broad national coalition, reshaping American politics for years to come. And even in his final years, as he faced serious health challenges, he remained a symbol of persistence by continuing to speak out on justice and mentor new leaders. Back out here live this morning again, the doors will open in about 2.5 hours from now, a little less than that, so at 10 o'clock. And again, organizers say they do expect a steady stream of people throughout the day. While they may not be
We'll be right back.
This is breaking news from CBS News Chicago.
And welcome to those of you who
I just happened to look over and saw that on the side of one of the videos, live videos. I'm glad that I happened to look over and saw that. Let's get back to this.
Of this procession as we take a look from above here from Chopper. Right now we are seeing family members of Reverend Jesse Jackson getting into cars that will follow that hearse again on that procession route up Cottage Grove and to 50th and Drexel at the Rainbow Push Coalition headquarters.
The procession beginning at 78th and Cottage Grove, ending, as Audrina was saying, at 50th and Drexel.
I don't know these streets, so let's get to
where this
it.
procession will go to, and the famed Civil Funeral Home.
6 adult children, the grandchildren are all here, and you can see that the funeral home here in the Greater Grand Crossing neighborhood. Over the last hour or so, we watched as everyone was arriving, and yes, the 6 adult children, the grandchildren are all here, and you can see that they are actually just closing the van door right now. And of course, you were able to see the late Reverend Jesse Jackson, the casket being moved into the hearse. So we expect that procession to begin any moment now. Now, the procession will move north on Cottage Grove to 51st Street. It'll move east from there, and then north on Drexel and east on 50th. We are seeing some.
Let's see.
A few miles north. Now, just a short time ago in that doorway, we saw 3 of Reverend Jackson's children, his 3 daughters, Santita, Jacqueline, and Ashley.
And the hearse that will carry the casket to the Rainbow Push Coalition headquarters is already there outside of Leak & Sons. Of course, family cars with the immediate family members will follow. But we've really heard from the family, and they continue to talk about as we prepare for this procession, saying our father was a servant leader, not only to our family, but to the oppressed, the voiceless, and the overlooked around the world. And right now, we are seeing the casket carrying the Reverend Jesse Jackson being entered into the hearse now. All of Jesse Jackson's children are right behind that hearse.
This is breaking news from CBS News.
Okay. There you have it. The end of an era.
Well, you can see as the procession just left Leak & Sons Funeral Home, but I did want to share just a little bit about the connection with this funeral home and just how deeply rooted in the community Reverend Jesse Jackson was. His family was actually very close to the family that owns Leak & Sons Funeral Home. We actually spoke to one of the family members of the Leak family last week, Spencer Leak Jr., and he said that he was actually with the
This procession began and make its way down up Cottage Grove on the south.
I'm gonna just follow this procession for a little minute, and we'll get back to our news. I don't have any volume on. Okay, so let's see if we can catch up with the procession. Let's see if we can catch the procession as it arrives. Let's see what this woman's talking about.
Go with them, with her, to push. And believe it or not, we were raised 1119 East Side Park, right across from when Obama's kind of slow to warm up a cold day. And I'm sure with the activities that's going to go on throughout the week and next week, the respect will be shown.
Right, there's 12 hours available today, Rainbow Push 12 hours tomorrow. Will you be making your way over there today?
I'm going to hop on the bus, believe it or not, and just ride on over now and get my respects. I don't go around as much as I used to. You know, the seniors have to stick with the senior program. But it's a delight just to be alive today and see the changes that are taking place. Because I was a child during the civil rights movement. I was down in East St. Louis, Illinois, being raised by aunt. And I can remember coming home and seeing the city being burned. And then same with Jesse and Martin Luther King was trying, you know, and I hate to say the word tribe, but what they were doing according to what they were supposed to do. So I'm really blessed to be here today. 77 years old.
And it really truly made an impact on your life, Reverend Jackson. You mentioned he was a friend of your mother's. What's your favorite memory?
Well, my favorite memory was when Mom got up on Saturday morning trying to make us go with them, with her, to push. And believe it or not, we were raised.
Oh shit, I forgot I have it on 2 times speed. I'm sorry. I'm like, why is she talking so fast? Because you have her on 2 times speed. I apologize.
East Side Park, right across from where Obama's family house is, mother's house was. So we were right there in the neighborhood. We were there with the Johnsons, so many other prominent people that try to change Chicago. Not so much change it, but just improve the black situation here.
All right, well, I'm sure the Jackson family is grateful to see you waving as a hearse passed by. It was just passing by probably in the last 5-10 minutes or so, and we will continue our coverage all morning long. Thank you so much for sharing your memories.
Y'all keep up. Here's the
Just take this look in silence as the casket is being now open. So welcome this family inside a place that they've even been able to call home throughout the decades of their father's work, throughout his movement, throughout his activism, throughout the world. One thing that we continue to talk about this morning is how these four walls of the Rainbow Push Coalition stretched far beyond these four walls. It stretched throughout Chicago and across the world. And right now, I'm going to let you all just take this look in silence as the casket is being pulled from the hearse. Members of that guard now getting information to guide the pallbearers as they bring Reverend Jackson's body inside the Rainbow Push Coalition headquarters with his family to follow. His wife Jackie standing right amongst her children and grandchildren.
Lord, don't fall.
All of them now walking inside Rainbow Push Coalition, behind their father, Jackie, behind her husband, to be able to give him to the world once again for another day as he lies in repose here at the Rainbow Push Coalition headquarters for 12 hours today, another 12 hours tomorrow, before he takes the journey to South Carolina, to Washington, D.C., and you can hear some of that music starting to play in the background. Almost at one point, it was music that you would usually hear for a president, so making a nod and giving an ode to back in the 1980s when he had those two separate presidential campaigns that he ran, and, you know, he did not win at that point in time.
All right.
But he paved the way.
The link is in the
others.
description box. So let me, I think that there's a lot of comments from the community. You'll be able to see who is this. Is that it? Who is this? I don't know who she is. Let's see who she is. I don't know who she was. Okay, I can't even find her anymore. Okay, there you are. There you are.
'80s proved that a black candidate could build a broad national coalition.
Okay, I'm gonna end there. The link is in the description box. Just wanted to pay my respect to Jesse Jackson. Okay, let me see what you guys. Who passed away? Oh, you're in the background? I don't see you. Are you in the back? Come back up. Saab. Let me see. I have you in the background. Robert, make sure you hit the link. Make sure you hit the like button, Robert. They allowed Charlie Kirk, racist Charlie Kirk, to lie in state, but not Jesse Jackson. Imagine that. Okay. I do not agree with Johnson on this. He was not only a public figure, he was very active in politics and was a good man, in my opinion. And I'm a Republican. I appreciate you for recognizing, the things that a human being, a man, um, promoted and did, and the hostages that he freed. Uh, when our own government, elected government, could not get those negotiations done, because we live in the United States of America, where uh, anytime the sitting president shows a former president and his wife as apes, you cannot expect any greatness of black people to be applauded. Anytime you have elected officials out calling other elected officials and black female Supreme Court justices low IQ. You have no expectations of America, because America will let you down all the time. Robert, please make sure you hit the like button since you're here. I know you're enjoying the show. We're unaffected by your ignorance, but hit the like button since you're here. David, David, nobody gives a fuck what you're talking about. If America didn't make if America didn't make a living off of racism, if America wasn't the one who put black people in chains and treated them as chattel as they enrich the American economy, and they did that off of racism. So him trying to get retribution from the harms that were done by America and their racism towards black people, we're supposed to be mad at him for that? We're not mad. And we're never going to be mad. We're never going to be mad. He made a living off of racism when this country was built on racism. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. When did Jesse pass? Jesse Jackson passed over a week ago. I'm surprised you didn't know that. You have me in the background. I don't see you in the background. Invite the guest. I don't see you. You can hit the link again. I don't see you back here. This is the first time me inviting guests up on Restream. Let me see if you're back here. Are you over there? Nope, you're not over there. Now, how do I get back to where I was? Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay, I heard a beep. Let me see if you're in that. I heard a beep. Let me see. Oh, God. I can't bring you up. I don't know how to bring you up. This is the first time me using Restream. Oh, Lord. I don't know what I've done. I have no idea what I've done. I can't bring you up. I apologize. I thought it would be simple to bring you up, but unfortunately, I don't know how to bring you up. Are you in the back? Are you still in the background? I wish Very Carey was still here, and she could tell me how to bring up a guest. It's not the same as StreamYard. It's very simple in StreamYard. Let me see. Hold on one second. Oh, I missed a lot of comment. Uh, you don't know how to run this. This is my first time trying to bring up a guest on Restream. I usually use StreamYard. I don't see. Let me see. Recordings, virtual shortcuts profile. I I see absolutely nothing. Hmm. Don't see you. I apologize. Maybe next time. Let me see. One more thing. I can't. I don't know how to add you up. I apologize. Oh, wait a minute. Here you are. I see you. Let me hold on. Sob. Hold on. Let me add you. Oh, here we go. This is how I add you. I guess this is how I add you. Hey, how?
Hey, good afternoon.
I apologize. This is my first time, as you've heard.
Hey, hey, Ronnie. You have the controls, we in trouble.
Get some control. It's good to have you up.
Well, I'm happy and blessed that you decided to open it up and allow me up, and I appreciate it. I support your stream. It's a very informative stream. Well, but some things, as far as when you have the trolls that come in and they're attracted, as far as your title and so forth, and they run in here, anything that is revealed about the pedo Trump Epstein files or anything that he does, his incompetency and so forth, they run to try to defend it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but it only helps your stream because it gathers more people in here. Anything that they put within your in the chat, it generates the algorithms for people in your stream to get promoted. So they're doing nothing. They're doing nothing but helping you.
Exactly.
So you never get upset with the troll. You just unless they say something out of bounds, very disrespectful and so forth. You ban them for life. But other than that, they help your stream out.
Exactly. Exactly. I will have to use that advice a little or more because I find it I have found it more important to talk about things that really affect me and how I live my life because I have a avenue to do it, and I when the election was coming up. I started paying more attention. I've voted since I've been 18 years old. I've always
Mhm.
voted, but uh, things have become very precarious in the United States in the past, uh, uh, I say, 20 years. And I've been noticing changes. This is not I don't get the same feeling about the United States of that I had as a child, where I felt like, I had so many options. And I look at the children nowadays and I I feel sorry for them. I really feel sorry for them.
Well, so you should have some optimism because there are a lot of youngsters that have the intellect and the vision to really galvanize, as far as to help and put this country on the right path. That you have the Jasmine Crockett's to Tequeros that also is running in Texas. You have
Hmm.
some bright stars that you have that represent a vision to put the American people first versus uh, the oligarchs and the the lobbyists
Right.
in front. And one of the biggest things that that changed the tide as far as American politics is concerned is when the Supreme Court under the Republican majority had ruled on a case that was called Citizens United.
Citizens United. Hmm.
Citizens United in their decision, had said that a corporation is just like a regular person, a human being. They have a right to donate, and they have a right to have an opinion,
Right.
and that's what a corporation can't vote. The whole premise of the Citizens United should have been based upon the individual vote, the individual voice. Now, if a corporation has employees that they speak on behalf of, that's something different. And the employees can donate and employees can vote, but a corporation can't vote.
But isn't that peculiar? Because that is the exact opposite argument that they use to bust unions. And if you look at it, union members paid dues, and
Hmm.
most unions donated to campaigns. And what they used to bust up unions was the argument that you're paying your dues and they're giving your money to a Republican who you don't support or a Democrat that you don't support, and you should. They try to take unions to court about not being able to uh, take union dues out of workers' salaries, but not being able to fire the workers because the worker did not agree to what political party that they were donating their union dues to. But they had no complaints about the the regulations, the rules, the break times, the lunch time, the collective bargaining that their union supported them to give a better way of life. He dropped off. I think something happened. He could have gotten a phone call. They had no complaint about what the union did for them in that faction. But hey, this is what America does to you. Let me see if you. I think you're still back here. For some reason, you dropped off. Are you here? Let me try one more time. Are you here? I think that's me. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm
Oh,
here.
I
I'm
don't
here.
know what happened while you dropped off. Did you hear everything that
No,
I was
no,
saying?
yeah, no, because I think it's something as far as if you got a message or you get a message. See, I'm on the computer, so there's no messaging. If I was on my phone, I get messages and it will interrupt it. But I'm on the computer, so the message had to
I'm on
interrupt
my
on your side.
I'm on my
Do you have your
computer as
message
well.
off?
But oh no, I don't get
Yeah, I have my
messages on my
messages
computer.
off. Yeah. Okay. Well, this was a.
Did you
Uh,
hear everything I said about the
oh
unions?
yes,
How they use
yes,
the
yes.
opposite? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
What do
But
you
you
think
have to
about that?
realize also, you have to realize also, as far as you have a lot of lawyers that are conservative, and they use the courts to litigate things that they disagree with. So you have the
Hmm.
Heritage Foundation and so forth that are conservative, and they
Hmm.
have some brilliant lawyers within there that they do litigious things to see, like questioning or the affirmative action and things of that nature. Any legislation that they disagree with, they try to litigate it because they know that they have a Supreme Court that is in their favor. So they try to bring it up to the Supreme Court to overturn these things. The Voting Rights Act. That's the one thing. I'm a registered independent. I've been registered independent since the 80s, beginning of it.
Hmm.
And I'm from New York City. So my family members were outraged that they said, they looked at it and said, "Well, you're independent. Well, independent of what? What are you talking about?" So
Yeah.
they question it. But the reason that I put independent, and I was unaware at the time, the lady that was registering me, because they had to separate you, even though your family members and everybody was right there, because they were pushing us all at 18 to go vote, right?
Right.
So the lady that registered, that was the polling lady, she said that you can choose between Democrat, Independent, or Republican. And after she said, "Which one are you?" I said, "Well, my family's Democrat. What is the difference between the two?" So she defined the difference between the two, and I told her, well, I'm an independent thinker. I want to be an independent. She said that you can be anything that you desire to register to be because you're the one voting. No one can vote for you. You should not be pressured to vote for anyone. You vote your conscience and what you believe in. And
Right.
that
And your
resonated with me.
interests. And your
And
interests.
that resonated with me throughout. I didn't know at the time, but now looking years back and where I'm at right now in my life, it perfectly fitted me as far as my
Your
register as an
sound.
independent.
Wait a
As far
minute.
as I
It
mostly
benefited you. Your
now in the
sound went
current
out
times when
for a
people
short
register,
moment after you said it
okay,
benefited you. How?
as far as it benefit me now, as far as being adult and recognizing that I can have my views or within the middle of both. As far as I have never voted Republican in my life. Oh
Nor
man.
have I. Nor have I. Now, I remember the closest disruption that I had was when Bernie Sanders was running. And, Bernie Sanders, they really did a number, the Democratic Party. And Donna Brazile has even admitted that they, did some hocus pocus to prevent Bernie Sanders from getting that nomination when he was running up against Hillary Clinton. And my mom, she was so gung ho on Hillary Clinton. He dropped off. My mother was so. You can come back up if you want to, if you can. I know sometimes things happen. Your phone. Oh, you're on your computer. I know sometimes you got to drop down. My mother was so gung ho on Hillary Clinton, and I was like, no, Bernie Sanders. What he's saying really resonated with me more because I was moved to a different stream automatically. I don't have a different stream. That's crazy. Let me see. I don't have a different stream. I have voted Democrat and Republican depending on their qualifications, not their party. Depending on their agenda and depending on what they offer me that resonates with me and the things that I just I just happen to have never Republican has never resonated with my core values or issues thus far. But Bernie Sanders and what he was saying about universal health care. Now I've always had health care. I've never gone without health care. But I understand the plight of people who are unable to get health care. So the thing of Bernie Sanders and my mother, she was just outwardly unnecessarily vocal about me saying that uh I was gonna vote for Bernie Sanders in the primary. She was just like aghast. I'm like, what is it to you? Yeah, I like him because X, Y, and Z, and he's talking, and she was just so disgusted and just had to have her opinion. I didn't care, but she just had to uh, be vocal about her opinion. And why is it? Why is it? Come 8 years later, uh, she said she is on the Bernie Sanders train. And Bernie Sanders, he was the best thing. And I hate that he didn't win the nomination. He probably would have won the presidency because now she was Bernie Sanders' biggest fan. But people come around when they come around. I don't try to push people around. I just try to give you information that I know, and too little, too late. Secretly, I always wish that Bernie Sanders would run. I have been wishing Bernie Sanders would throw his hat in the race so many times. So, um, let me see. Uh, there's a couple of more things I want to share with you guys today. Let me get the top few because I held a couple of things aside that I wanted to share with you. I got off track a little bit. Let's talk about Kakai Patel. Kakai Patel, who has been using your money to fly around and go to uh, the Olympic soccer games. I mean, is this soccer? Not soccer. Olympic. What is it? What did they call that? Shit. Uh, Hockey games and all of that type of stuff. Seems like Kakai Patel, was not actually in the State of the Union address when all of the cabinet marched in. So it seemed like Kakai Patel has been busted doing something to documents. Epstein documents.
MS Now's Carol Lennig and Ken Delanian are reporting that the FBI has just fired at least 7 FBI agents and support staff as a result of their role in the classified documents case. This is involving records Donald Trump kept at his club at Mar-a-Lago.
Excuse me. Yes. And the Judge Eileen Cannon, who slow walked the case and had the people who were trying to prosecute the case have to jump through unnecessary hoops and loops. She doesn't want to let the second part of the investigation that was done into 45, 47, having these documents at Mar-a-Lago. She wants to not release that investigation. She basically wants to burn the evidence that was found in that whole investigation. And now, Kakai Patel, we talked earlier about how this is a retribution administration. So now Kakai Patel has fired the FBI agents who had to go in and collect the evidence of 45, 47 having classified documents, and they want to get rid of the documents so you will never know what documents that 45, 47 had in his house. You will never know the importance of these documents. Someone's in the back. Here we go.
That is according to 3 people familiar with the matter. An FBI spokesperson did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the terminations. Well, MS Now's senior investigative correspondent Carol Lennig, who just broke that story, joins us. Also with us is Christina Greer, associate professor of political science at Fordham University. She's the author of How to Build a Democracy from Fannie Lou Hamer.
Saber, that's you? Saab, that's you? Saab, is that you?
Yes.
Okay, let me finish this story right quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Just continue on, because I'm just following.
And Barbara Jordan to Stacey Abrams.
Carol, please talk us through your reporting and which questions still remain.
Well, Alicia, I thought we were done with FBI agents being fired en masse, but tonight we got a tip that, and it wasn't that hard to confirm, that multiple agents and some support staff, at least 7 agents, were fired in relationship to their role in the Mar-a-Lago, what's known as the Mar-a-Lago documents case. You'll remember the FBI opened an investigation after determining there was probable cause to believe that Donald Trump had top secret classified records at his club when he was no longer president after he had left office in January of 2021. These individuals who were fired, we are told by sources, were fired because they played some role in seeking investigative materials and specifically phone records, metadata about the phone calls of Kash Patel, who is now the FBI director, and Susie Wiles, who is now the chief of staff for the White House. The choice of these firings now is interesting because the FBI director fired or his predecessor fired many FBI agents immediately after Donald Trump's inauguration. So the question arises, why now are these individuals considered suspect or unprofessional or violating their oath of office?
How does this play out then? I mean, what is it, because there's some concern about looking at the metadata related to Susie Wiles and Kash Patel at that time? Help us understand what the thing is that relates to the firing of these individuals.
Great question, Michael. And you know, I know a thing or two about how Kash Patel and Susie Wiles were both being examined in this investigation back in the day when it started in February of 2022. The documents case took a lot of twists and turns during the Biden administration. But one of the things that the FBI was looking into was that Kash Patel made the claim famously in the summer, I believe it was May of 2022, that he had personally seen Donald Trump, when he was president, declassify a whole host of records. And the FBI was trying to figure out, was that a bogus claim, or was there any veracity to it? With regard to Susie Wiles, she was very prominently the head of Donald Trump's Political Action Committee when he was considering running for office again. And there was a tip the FBI was hunting down at the time of this classified documents probe when Trump was out of office and Biden was in office. The tip was that Donald Trump had been on a private plane with Susie Wiles and had shown her a classified document, which would be illegal to both have a highly classified document and show it to someone who did not have clearance to review it. So these are two potential reasons. We don't know yet, Michael. Mm-hmm. All we know is that.
Okay, that link is in my description box. Oh, so is it Saab or Sab?
It's Saber.
Saber.
Like
Saber.
Yeah, Saber.
Okay.
It means patience in Arabic. It means patience.
Okay, so you're Arabic, Saber?
No, I'm not Arabic. My father's from Africa, though. But I was born in New York City. Born in New York City.
My husband is a New Yorker as well.
Yeah, I'm from Harlem.
He's from Harlem as well.
Yeah, well, tell him.
Small world.
And look, tell him he knows where Grant Residences in Franklin is at. So if he knows those two, he probably knows my family.
Small world. I'll ask him about that.
Franklin and Grant.
Okay, Franklin and Grant. Yeah, he knows everything in Harlem. When I went to New York and visit, I had such a good time, and he was
fire station right in front of. Fire station was right in front of where I live. The fish market is in front of where I live. So if he's from Harlem, he knows.
Yeah, he knows. So what do you think about this FBI information? Do you have anything to add?
The reason that I hope that everyone remains focused, all these things are distractions. Yes, we need to know every part of it to be able to make sound decisions going forward. But keep your eyes on the prize of everybody and try to get everybody you can to go to the midterms and make their voices active and loud. That's the most important thing. These things in a pocket are, it's hard to deal with each and every one of them because he's doing it every day. Stephen Miller has admitted that this is one of their shock and awe things, to always put something out there every day, all the time, and everybody can't concentrate on anything. Keep your eyes on the prize that we know that this guy is immoral, he's an idiot, he's not qualified, he is a grifter. The Hatch Act is a law that states that a sitting president cannot profit or make money. Make over $5 billion. So we got to stop being we got to stop being surprised he's doing it in real time. It's just that the progressives and Democrats have to have some cojones that have to have the guts when they get in office to prosecute all these criminal acts that are occurring now. This kumbaya, we need to get it back to normalcy, back to that stuff doesn't work.
You have to fight fire
Right?
with fire. You have to
Yes,
fight fire with fire. You got to fight
and you
them
can
like
do it
they're fighting
legally.
you.
And you
Yes,
can do it legally. You don't have to do
because
it
they are
officially,
taking it.
illegal.
They are taking it to court, and they are trying to get the illegal shit that they are trying to set precedents in courts. So once they start setting these precedents, you start fighting them with their own precedents.
Yes, as they had said before, as far as in regards to uh, the pedal protector in office, uh, being having a legal shield as far as why he's in office of any acts that he does, he cannot be held accountable for. That's why he's in office. That can hold same true for anybody who's a Democrat that becomes president.
Correct.
You have to do. You can't be as passive as you once was. We're not in the same time. This is not 1984. This is not 2016. This is not 2012, 2010. We're in a whole entirely different new landscape of how people are accepting what is normal. The things that he has done is not normal, but he normalized it. The things
Yeah,
he has done is definitely not normal as far as if you look at the makeup of what America has been based upon as far as the rule of law and so forth. He has broken all those norms. So you can't go back. We can't do a kumbaya thing. The things that he has done is almost irreparable if you don't do the same to try to balance it back out.
right. Exactly. Now, what about the fact that we Jared what is his name? Jared Moskowitz questioned Cash Patel about the Epstein files, and a lot of media didn't cover at the time the fact that Cash Patel said that I think it was in 2019. He was not the FBI director then, of course. However, I
No.
believe he worked for I think he worked for the Department of Justice or the DOD, one of
Uh-huh.
them. He was working at, and they Moxowitz asked him if he had access to the Epstein files, and he didn't want to answer the question. And then Moskowitz just he held up a folder, and it had the DOD seal on it. And he said, "Well, I can tell you, I can answer the question right here for you. Do you want to answer the question?" And he finally said that yes, he did go in and review the Epstein files, but he was kind of vague on why he went in and looked at the file. And Moskowitz says, "Well, I see right here that you were in and looking at the Epstein file for 3 hours and 40-something minutes." And then he also asked him, "What files did you open in the Epstein files?" And then he didn't want to give the answer. And then he said, "What names did you see that were in the Epstein files? Did you see Donald Trump's name in the Epstein files that you reviewed way back in 2019?" He did not want to answer.
In 2019, he was a advisor for the National Security Council. That was in 2019 through 2020, and from 2013 to 2017, he was a terrorism prosecutor for the U.S. Justice Department. So
And that's one of the things that he said, that you were his job position at that time. If he had that information, he should have been prosecuting what he found in the Epstein file because of what his job position was. Because you understand that all of this stuff involving Epstein is on an international level. There are people all over the world who are connected with Epstein. So if you're in the Epstein files, how come you didn't pull any prosecutions out of the information that you found out from them?
But you got to realize also that he was in the Division of Terrorism Prosecutor. So his purview would not have
Well,
been that. So
okay.
we got to keep, no, I'm saying we got to keep focused, because all this stuff, we'll spend so much time on things that are insignificant. When Cash Patel realized that he was able to be a sycophant and move up in his position, then he started all this conspiracy theory thing to get Trump's attention. He realized that. So this propelled him to be the chief of staff at the U.S. Department of Defense in 2020. Then he went to acting director of the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Explosive Division. That was in 2025. Then he became the director of FBI in 2025. Simultaneously, from February 24th to 2025. It overlapped him being director at the FBI in February 21st of 2025. So he had two different positions that Trump allowed him to overlap. You know what I mean? Because he when he has confidence, when pedo protector has a confidence in someone, he'll overlap them and give them various responsibilities, like he did in Marco Rubio.
Right, like Marco Rubio has like 4 or 5 jobs.
Yeah, that's what he does. But those jobs that he appoints people to, they have an expiration. Because the reason they have an expiration, because you have to be confirmed as a cabinet member. Any of these positions as a cabinet member, the Senate has to confirm you. So they're confirmed at whatever position they have. And Trump, for 300 days, can put him in a position, then it lapses.
I agree.
So it's very important to keep focused. The most important thing to get everybody focused on the midterms. This is the only way to stop this clown. It's unreal the harm that he has done to the basic institutions of the United States, from science, medicine. The defunding of it is so important. If you look at the top 20 states in the United States, the defunding of education should not even be a question when the 20 states are at the bottom of the education list. And all 20 of them are Republican-ran governors.
But they voted for this, and they applaud this, and they don't pay it. They don't vote their own interest. They vote against their best interest. And unfortunately, for Donald Trump, I think that some people are finally seeing the error in their ways, and how usually it didn't appear that their vote for a Republican adversely affected them. They are actually feeling the adverse effect of this vote, which is good for us. But if we don't get up off our asses and put forth a message that would make someone go out and vote for you, you don't hear anybody saying that we are going to turn back the clock on all of this stuff. We are going to recoup this money and send it to the entities where Congress had already approved this money that Donald Trump has frozen illegally. Once Congress has allotted money to go to a certain entity, it is illegal to stop this money, and they have stopped so much funds going to different entities that have already been approved by Congress. But if you're not messaging that you are going to turn back the time on all of this shit that was done illegally, if you're not even trying to give awareness to the harm that has been done, the Democrats are way too quiet. And when they have an election coming,
they're frontless. This is the problem that I have with the Democratic Party. That's what they're currently doing. Besides Gavin Newsom, who do you hear in regards to anything? You don't hear anybody. Where's Kamala Harris? Where's Kamala Harris?
Listen, Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris can stay exactly where she is, and she can stay exactly where she is because she really fucked up in the election when they were asking her about Palestine and what she was going to do in Gaza. She really fucked up and acted as if, well, there's nothing to change there. There's no movement to change there. You're saying that you're going to be you're going to be the top person in charge of the United States, and you don't see where there needs to be a change when the whole United States people are rising up and opening their eyes to the what is going on in Gaza, and they don't agree with it. But I bet you she will try to make a change. Now it's too late, too little, too late, because we don't need that. We don't need Hakeem Jeffries and oh my God. We don't need Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer who are taking all of this APEC.
Yes, thank you.
Who are taking all of this APEC money and being quiet, to holding hands, chanting, "We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel." What the fuck are you talking about? What
Well,
the
listen
fuck
to
are you
this, Ronnie. Hey, Ronnie, let me provide you with a scope, though. Let me provide you with a good scope, because what people would try to do, as far, especially people of color, anytime that they question America being to die extremely to Israel, and Israel does not comply or go within the interests of the United States, they will try to point to anti-Semitic. But let me frame this for you real quick. Just as people support Americans, that doesn't mean that the things that the government may do in America that you don't oppose and you don't speak against. But if you speak against Israel, they call you anti-Semitic. People who are advocating for the rights of the Palestinians are not saying that we want to eliminate the Jewish people. We're talking about the government, the state of Israel, that is committing genocide, and anybody who's a Zionist that is supporting the state of Israel committing genocide have nothing to do with the support of the Jewish people. Period.
At all. At all.
So,
And see, they always want to gaslight it and make they're anti-Semitic, but these are
Semitic people anti-Semitic. Semitic people are anti-Semitic. Yeah, that's not.
But these are actually people who have people in their own wing of the Republican Party saying the most disgusting things about Jews, denying the Holocaust, but they are welcome. They are welcome in the Republican Party. But God forbid that you say that the Palestine people should have the right to live on their land. You are saying something criminal. Yeah, they want to act like you're saying something against Jewish people. They act like you are saying the things that they will not open their mouths against. Like when those people, those young Republicans came out with those emails came out where one of them said it's time to get the gas chambers. Gas chambers. I have a little Nazi in me. What did JD Vance say about them? What did they're young people. They're just young kids. Some of them were 37 years old. They're between the if I was held up against the things that I said when I was a kid, he called 37-year-olds kids. He said that they were kids, and God forbid you hold them to the shit that they were saying, as they are representatives. One of them was an elected Republican representative, and look how quickly that died down. But look how they went into schools and arrest Muslim people for that Muslim woman in Boston. They arrested her for an op-ed where she said nothing of the sort of the things that was in that thread. She said they had her in Louisiana ready to ship her out of the country illegally. They had to release her. Look at what they did at the guy in Colombia, where he didn't even get to see the birth of his child because he was standing up in support of Palestine. When you support someone who's being wronged, don't mean that you don't support everyone of that race. It's not like how Trump does the Somali people. It's not like one. They're all one and the same.
And no people are monolithic. And there's no people that are monolithic. They all think alike and act alike.
While he ignores that the ringleader of this daycare fraud was a white woman who has already been prosecuted, while he ignores the fact that the prosecution had already started happening under Joe Biden's administration. And they are trying to act as if a lot of people don't even know that these people had already been indicted under the Biden administration. A lot of people don't even know that because a lot of people just listen for the headlines and don't even listen to the story, don't know the story. That's why I'm here.
What I'm saying, the penal protective has been known forever for being a liar. So I don't know how in the world anyone can listen to him. But this is also two things I would like to say on it. That he is one person. He's animating the thoughts of millions of people who support his thing. He's only one person. All the people the majority of people that are the MAGA cult that support him have those same views and ideas that he says.
Exactly.
Champion that. So you can't be surprised at this. This is what it is. If you understand how the United States was established and built on free labor, you understand what it is. That's not casting a wide web on all people of European or Caucasian or whites in America. I'm not saying that. I'm not generalizing to that degree, but I'm saying the history that they're trying to eliminate and don't want to be known. If you read it, it's so easy to read. It's not like you have to go to a college to get it. You understand that free labor was used to build this country on the backs of blacks. They're the only community, an ethnic group that has been oppressed, that did not receive reparations. Japanese and Intermediate received reparations.
Right.
Of Germany, that America wasn't responsible for their Holocaust, but they received reparations. Native Americans reparations. I can go on and on and on of people who received
and see. Let me interrupt you, and that is one of the reasons why I don't care what Gavin Newsom is talking about. I don't care that Gavin Newsom has become the biggest troll voice in the Democrat Party and is saying something. Because San Francisco actually were going to vote on reparations for people in California, and Gavin Newsom put it to a stop. They never put it up for a vote because of what Gavin Newsom said and did. So fuck Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, that there's no one with their hands clean. All of them are the same. I don't think any of them are better than any other.
Exactly.
That's why I'm an independent, because I know the options are slim. I just recognize the Democratic Party is less evil than the Republican. I just recognize that.
Speaking of, Gavin Newsom is also against a bill that California want to increase taxes on the billionaire class. Gavin Newsom is against that. So why would I vote to have you in office? Because this is the thing that is killing the middle class and the poor. So what the fuck do I want you in office for if you're not going to do the things that are needed in America?
Understood. The person that I feel that I could cast my vote for is not announced yet. It's not in my purview. I've not seen her or him yet, because anybody that we already aware of, they're disqualified. They disqualify themselves. But you got to realize also the other side wants that. They want that.
why do you think that Mandami was so popular? Because he spoke to what the needs of the people, and he made the people believe that he will give them exactly what he was campaigning on. If you're not speaking to the needs of the people have plenty of needs right now. If you're not speaking to the needs of the people, then go sit down and shut the fuck up.
That part. That part.
Well, let me show you one more thing. Since we were talking about that I had held over. I want to get your opinion. Since we were talking about this, let me about Pam Bondi trying to bury the story about Trump.
The accuser. The accuser.
The accuser said that he actually tried to, have relations with her against her will, as we will put it. So YouTube won't do anything. I want to talk about all things. Let's share this. There is. Let me see. Let's share this.
Here with my buddy Roger Solenberger, who has a Substack called Roger Solenberger, clever Substack title, and he has been all over a very important story about a Trump accuser that was in the Epstein files and the effort to cover up information about her. So, Roger, thanks for jumping on.
Hey, thanks a lot for having me, man.
There are a lot of layers to this story, so let's just start from square one. Kudos to you, by the way. You've been on this, and since your kind of series has started on your Substack, we've now had NPR jump on this. We've had the House Oversight Dems put out a formal statement on this. Obviously, there's a lot of evidence here, and I appreciate that you were relentless, really. Let's just be honest, and driving this story. So folks who haven't been following it, initial story was basically there's this underage accuser who included Trump.
Underage, I think their age is reported at 13 years.
13 to 15.
Allegations in her lawsuit against Epstein. Tell us what we know about that.
Yeah, so it started because I found this claim in a DOJ slideshow. And, the reporting has always bothered me that it seemed too deferential. Like, Trump has not been accused of wrongdoing, not credibly accused of wrongdoing. And in my mind, it does seem like even before this, there's plenty of stuff.
There's plenty of credible adult accusations. That's what I always kind of want to chime in. Anytime people are like, there's no credible accusations of wrongdoing, I'm like, well, I mean, he admitted to sexual assault of women on tape, and he's in the civil trial has been adjudicated for sexual assault, and he palled around with Epstein. Right? It's like there's a lot of evidence of certain types of wrongdoing, but it's this specific question about underage girls.
Yeah, and to be completely honest, like the White House's statements and Trump's bizarre back and forth statements and DOJ statements, it just seems like that stuff doesn't match like the public reporting just about his his friendship with Epstein. I mean, he sues the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion, right?
Yeah.
So I was just wondering, maybe what if there is something in the files like everybody else on the planet? And there is this slideshow, and it's from the DOJ. It's an FBI child sex trafficking task force slideshow that they put together with the Violent Crimes Task Force. And it was last summer. And there were several drafts of this that are in the files that, again, all this reporting comes straight from the files. I don't have any secret documents, any secret sourcing or whatever. You can piece this together, right? And on that slideshow, there's a slide that says prominent names, and there are 2 bullet points for Trump. There's a bunch of Harvey Weinstein's on there, Jess Staley, Bill Clinton, Bill Barr, whatever, Howard Lutnick, Prince Andrew, tons of names. And then the first 2, though, are Donald Trump. And the very first one is citing a woman directly telling the FBI, right? It says it's her, and it has this claim of assault when she was a a child when she was between 13 and 14 years old. It's a pretty graphic accusation. Would have dated back to between 1983 and 1985. So an early accusation as well, especially when it comes to, when it comes to Epstein, that's an early accusation, right? But she also claimed to be a victim of Epstein. And this accusation matches a tip that got called in to the FBI. And the way the DOJ rolled this stuff out is we got
a tip that got called into the FBI when? Like at the time or also recently?
In 2019.
Yeah, 2019.
Right? We didn't know that previously, but so in December we saw that sheet that has all these allegations against Donald Trump, right? And the Justice Department preempted that release saying like, hey, these are, false claims that have no merit, and they're like, just be warned. And, to be sure, like a lot of the claims on there are pretty outrageous. And the FBI actually notes that on the sheet. They say source deemed not credible. They look into all of them. They try to call people back. The people they got in touch with, they say not credible, not probative, like it's documented on there, except for one. And it's the first one on the sheet. That's the claim that is later on this DOJ slideshow, right? Where this woman apparently tells the FBI. And I was like, when I saw that, I was like, what? The FBI did talk to somebody, right? The FBI, and that had never been reported. Now, to be clear, people have, cited this in different ways, but I seem to be the first person to put it together that the FBI talked to her.
Yeah, and again, to your point, like, it is just important to say, right? Like, especially at this point, 2019, like Trump is president, he's famous. Like, sure, it's possible that somebody would do a false report to the FBI, right? Like crazy people call the FBI and say crazy things all the time, right? That's just like the nature.
We see it,
Yeah, we see that. So, in this case, it's notable, I guess, let's say, in part because there's this other tip. And in part, I guess, talk a little bit more about how, basically she didn't want to cooperate against Trump.
They followed up, and I wasn't just like, hey, there's this slideshow and here's this tip sheet. There's a 302 form, which is an FBI write-up of the interview with the
if the FBI talks to you, they do that 302 form, and this accuser has a 302 form which lets you know that they did further speak with her about her allegations. Let's see what else.
This woman who lawyered up, right, immediately, right? So she meets the FBI about 2 weeks or so, maybe 3 weeks after the tip was first called in by her friend, right? Whose first name is on the fucking sheet that they released, by the way. And they have this long interview, and it's like 9 pages, and it's highly detailed. And she gives, it's all focused on Epstein. We have other stuff from this woman that I saw, like photographs that she provided. There are back and forth between this woman and her attorneys. There are several files associated with her that, seeing all this together, I'm like, oh, the FBI took this person seriously. This is, regardless of whether the claim is true, and I'm not going there at all.
Sure.
I don't think anybody can, right? Speculate, but it's not helpful either way to speculate. I don't think. And I mean, absolutely be skeptical of the claim, right?
Sure.
But the FBI took it.
But in that interview, they took it seriously. But in that interview, she's focused on Epstein.
On
himself,
Epstein. And then Trump comes up in the interview. And this is how, she explains how how she learned about Epstein, right? She's like, I did not know who Jeff Epstein was until he got arrested in 2019. And my friend, the one who called the tip, and sent me this photo of Jeff Epstein next to Donald Trump, right? Who this person had also told the friend about. So she was like, is this the Jeff? And she's like, oh my God, that's the guy who made my life a nightmare. She tells the FBI, right, with her lawyer present, under penalty of prison if she lies to the FBI. And the photograph comes up, and the FBI hears them talking about this photograph, and they say, hey, what's this photograph? What is this? And the word president comes up in their conversation, her and her lawyer. They hear that, president, what do you mean? And she kind of like freezes, and she's like, well, she wants to crop the photo, and she wants to crop somebody out of the photo.
Right.
And the lawyer says that she wants to do this because the client does not want to implicate anybody who's powerful out of fear of retaliation. Not like, oh, we want to crop this person she doesn't have any idea about out of the photo, some innocent person.
Right, got it, yeah.
Right, so it's out of fear of retaliation. That's the one time he comes up. And that's all we have as far as her interviews go. But I reported that first story like, hey, yeah, the FBI did talk to somebody and they did take her seriously, and seriously enough that that claim was not only there, but like it survived, and they put it at the top of this slideshow last summer. And there's like an email chain about this slideshow. It's pretty serious. And there's another email from last summer that says, you know, it's also in preparation for this slideshow on the same time. And there's a list of these prominent names. And it's for positive hits in the Epstein case. And only one name has anything written next to it, has any notes next to it. And it's the first name, Donald Trump. And it says, paraphrasing here, a victim reported abuse by Trump when she was a minor, but ultimately refused to cooperate. Now, I don't want to put like too much emphasis on like the word like refused. Like she's like, no, I don't want to. Whatever. What that tells me is the FBI took it seriously enough that they at least considered opening a criminal investigation into Trump based on this woman's account, based on what she may have been able to corroborate. By the way, we don't know. You know, it seems unlikely based on what she's told us that there's anything to corroborate this claim, but that's not true necessarily because she has friends maybe at the time. The FBI might be able to find another way around it, right? But that's what it is. She refused to cooperate with the investigation. Later, there's a civil lawsuit against the Epstein estate that this victim joins as Jane Doe number 4, represented by Lisa Bloom. And in her section of the complaint, she includes the allegation about Trump. That's the same thing. It's clearly about Trump. It does not name him, but it appears in there as well. That lawsuit, she ultimately settled, reportedly received a financial payment. The Posting Courier in South Carolina reported that she had been, got some sort of money out of it. She did not qualify.
Okay, so I'm going to end it right there. That link is in my description box. What do you think about that?
Well, why would the Epstein estate pay someone who was lying?
Exactly. I'm not sure if that was an Epstein estate.
That's what they said. They said they sued with Bloom. They sued the Epstein estate.
Yeah, but she joined. Well, yeah, she did have. She said he made her life miserable as well, too. Now, if you were here yesterday, I played a woman who explained how some of these Epstein files that they dropped, you had to really check out the files and how they were numbered and in the order that they came in and what should have followed them, and at least 50 pages of more about the initial complaint were missing from the files, which actually like it had the first part, the complaint, and then it didn't have the second next thing that should have come after it, but it had the fifth and sixth part, but it didn't have the seventh and eighth, and then it had the 11th part. They were releasing these files with obvious redactions, obvious stuff that they had taken out of these complaints. So,
well, this is like the Keystone Cops, because the Epstein law that had forced them to publicize the files, right? When they were chronicling the files before release, they added case numbers to each particular document. So this particular document that they had was case number 3501.045. Now it's missing. Hello, it was on the website and everybody knew it was there. They just didn't know what it involved in because it was so redacted. But it wouldn't take a rocket scientist or a good investigative journalist to find out and link it like this guy did.
Right. And
take it
the
off.
woman on my show yesterday that I played, there was a clip of the woman yesterday. If you didn't see her, check it out. Now, I want to show real quick. Robert Robert Garcia is talking about they're doing a live interview about the missing Epstein files. It's a lot of mean faces up here, and it's a lot of stepping away from the microphone and coming back to the microphone. Do you want to indulge in
Yeah, go
that with
ahead.
me?
Anything that
Okay.
anytime that there's revelation in exposing anyone that's a pedophile and abusing children is very important. Even though this was a big thing with the Republicans when they thought only Democrats were involved in it. Now they
When they
recognize that Chief Pedophile's involved. Oh, it's a no burger now. Oh, don't worry about it. You're just talking about association. But go ahead.
Okay. Here we go.
The Department of Justice continues to lead a White House cover-up. And we're going to be demanding, even over these next few days, that the remaining files that have not been released get released to the public. And that includes new files that were just discovered in the last couple days of a survivor that has made serious accusations and allegations against not just Jeffrey Epstein, but also against President Trump, and about abuse that she suffered when she was a minor. We have seen the DOJ files and the archive manifest that clearly shows that the interviews and information around this survivor have been removed and are missing from the DOJ files. Where are these files? Who removed them? Those questions have to be answered. What we have is a survivor that we have verified, that others have verified, and those files are missing. It's not just those. It's an additional 50% of files that are missing. It is unconscionable, it is illegal, and Pam Bondi and the president need to answer to where those files are.
Okay. So, what say you?
My position is that you cannot let up, maintain it, and stay on it, because a crime that is committed now does not mean because the current administration does not prosecute it, it can't be prosecuted in the future. And you got to prosecute it. If crime was done, you got to prosecute it because you have enough evidence to do it. Not based upon you trying to do a revenge thing or something tit for tat or this is what you did. No, just based upon rule of law. Just based upon rule of law. You can still do things the right way and still prosecute them criminals because they're openly doing criminal acts, right?
The way Pam Bondi and the Justice Department have handled the release of the Epstein files
I
is all the stench
apologize.
of a cover-up.
No, go ahead.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead. Go.
I played that by mistake over you. But go ahead. Listen. And not only can the people who harmed these children be prosecuted, Pam Bondi
Yes.
and anybody who's hiding this are
Obstruction.
putting themselves in peril, yes, to be prosecuted as well.
Obstruction.
Let's see what Chuck Schumer has to say about these missing files now that it has been discovered clearly that a 13-year-old said that Jeffrey Epstein introduced her to the sitting president, who wasn't the sitting president at the time, and she went over to there to give him a BJ, and she went over there. They expected her to give him a BJ, and instead she bit his peen and he punched her in the head. That's child abuse and child exploitation, or all of this, even physically abusing a 13-year-old. Yeah.
That's the definition of that.
Yeah. So this is what they're talking about. These files that it has been discovered concrete yesterday that this complaint was in the file and they're hiding.
The way Pam Bondi and the Justice Department have handled the release of the Epstein files has all the stench of a cover-up. Yesterday, news outlets reported that several memos detailing a woman's accusation against the president from when she was a minor have been withheld from the public. We know these exit memos exist. An index of all the investigative materials confirm their existence. And under law, the law we passed unanimously here in the Senate, they need to be made public. Pam Bondi does not have the right to pick and choose which Epstein files to release to the public. Protecting the president from embarrassment is not her job. The American people were promised the truth, and Pam Bondi's job is to give Americans full access to the truth. What else is the administration keeping behind a lock and key? Is this incompetence, or is it a full-blown cover-up? Pam Bondi owes the American people some answers. Remember, the law Congress passed had very specific criteria for withholding the Epstein files. Protect victims' identities, protect the integrity of an ongoing investigation, or avoid duplication. Protecting Donald Trump's image does not fit any of these buckets.
Okay. So the difference between that last video and the video that Chuck Schumer did, I thought that it was important that Robert Garcia was doing a press conference, and Chuck Schumer was actually on the floor of Congress. So what do you have? Same thing, I guess, basically. Wait a minute, I can barely hear you. Can you speak up a little bit?
You can't hear me?
You're low.
Okay. See, I'm wondering why you can't hear me, because it should be loud. Are you able to hear me better or no?
I hear you better now.
Okay.
Oh, real good now.
Okay. This is the issue, without a doubt, that Representative Garcia of California and also Representative Massey, Republican of Kentucky, are doing a great job in magnifying the Trump Epstein files as far as this pedophilia that's being covered up. It's very important that we can't allow something of this which is criminal to let go. We can't act like this is just another day. That's why I said the communicating with those who are unaware of it, to do it every day and report it on it every day to the midterms, so people don't forget. You know, people have a short attention span. People have a short attention span. People can't, if you ask a person what they ate last Wednesday, they can't tell you. People have a short attention span. It's very important that you keep people informed and continue to report on the Trump Epstein files, on this pedophilia cover-up. It's very important. The job that you're doing is indispensable. No matter, I don't know, the trolls running in here, anytime that you expose anything with this corrupt administration regime, they come running to every chat and any content that exposes it. And this is why
exactly.
It was at a time when, when you had people were advocating and protesting about things that were occurring under this regime. And after you would have the response from the Republicans would say, well, don't these people work? How are they able to, do? People that were taking off jobs, they were, calling out and after going protesting on many of these occasions. But you would look at all these people coming into all these chats. Are they not employed? Are they working? What are these people doing? Oh, I know, all these people are not retired. Where are these people coming from? Go ahead.
Now, Summer Lee has filed articles of impeachment on Pam Bondi. She said as much when in the alternative. What was it? What was that? Oh my God. What was that meeting? What was that little thing that President Trump did the night before last, and Midas Touch did a State of the Union address? Now, Summer Lee has actually filed these articles of impeachment against Pam Bondi. So we'll see where that goes. Because I don't understand why more people are not calling for her to be impeached. Now, what about Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution, whereas all Trump and all of his administration can be impeached on high crimes and misdemeanors, and they all can be thrown out of office? Are you familiar with that?
Yes, but it's difficult to do because you have to get a quorum. You have to realize that in an impeachment inquiry, what it happens is that the House of Representatives are the ones who prosecute and present the case of impeachment, and the Senate is the part that votes on it. So you know that's not going to happen because all they'll do is the obstruct it. The Senate will obstruct.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now, he was impeached twice. Well, he didn't have half of these sycophants.
But he wasn't convicted. He wasn't convicted. He wasn't
uh,
convicted.
he wasn't thrown out of office. He was in fact impeached. So they did get enough votes to impeach him twice, but they did not throw him out of office. What was it? Mitch McConnell said that would be better to do in the court systems.
Yeah, bull crap. It's just
Exactly.
ridiculous. It's just that, the impeachment is just a process which a legislative body such as the U.S. Congress brings charges against a government official for misconduct. It involves an investigation, a vote in the House of Representatives to approve articles of impeachment, and the trial in the Senate is the part that removes the official from a government official from office. So the manner in which it has to take place of an impeachment, yeah, you can. The impeachment is the vote to have the majority of House of Representatives impeach whoever they want to impeach. So if the Democrats take over the House of Representatives, they can impeach anybody that they will, but
But they
over
have
to
to
the
have
Senate.
enough votes in the Senate to throw them out of office.
Yes.
Yes.
But the impeachment still stays on the record. That doesn't go away.
Right. So, go ahead.
It's like you had in the Smithsonian Institution where they had Trump's bus man talk about his impeachments. Then he had removed. He had all that stuff removed. And after he put new plaques under Obama and people that he under Biden, it's just ridiculous what's going on. It's just, but I'm telling you, if the Democratic president recaptures the office in 2028, he or she has to have some balls. Have to have some physical strength to be able to handle some of this criminal acts that are occurring. Because you're going to get pushed back. One thing about the cult, they're very loud. The Democrat Party, for the most part, they're not as loud. Only they're loud if something occurs as far as someone gets killed or an injustice or protest. But as far as government-wise, you don't have anybody who is a person that you're going to have issues about in regards to pushback to all this criminality. You don't hear it. It's just, you hear about people talking about it, but there's no strength in it.
Exactly.
It ain't no when things.
If I hear Hakeem Jeffrey or Chuck Schumer talk about a strongly worded letter again, yeah, weak sauce.
It's a shame because they represent more than half the country.
I can barely hear you. And they are the leader of the Senate and the House. And these are the leaders. That's why I keep bringing them up.
Weak.
Yeah,
They
go
need
ahead.
to be. They need to be voted out. Seriously, Schumer definitely needs to be voted out. Hakeem Jeffries is going to be difficult to vote him out because he's young and all he does is lock in step with what the members want. He's going to be hard. But that Schumer, he needs to go like yesterday. So you know what too? this is my thought, and it's not going to happen, but they need term limits on office.
They definitely need term, and even in the Supreme Court, they need term limits.
They need term limits, and if someone's over, I say 60, I say 67. The reason why I say 67,
I say 67. Yeah,
because of retirement, because they said that you can retire at 67. 67 is the highest age that you can serve at any government. Any branch of government. You gotta go. You gotta go.
Yeah.
You need to retire. You should have lived a full life.
Period.
If you haven't, that's your fault.
Period. Go enjoy life. Now,
It's no way in the world an 80-year-old can speak for a 20-year-old. You have no idea about what the thoughts of and needs of a 20, 30, 40-year-old.
Just like they had Dianne Feinstein walking through the halls of Congress and didn't know her shoe from her asshole. Just like they had that Republican senator from a congresswoman from Texas still missing votes, and she was in a whole motherfucking Alzheimer's memory care hospital, and her staff was still up there in Washington D.C. getting paid. Just like you have a Democrat who is running for re-election who has full-fledged dementia. Are you kidding me? What are we doing here? Okay, let's hear from Summer Lee addressing Congress about what is needed for these Epstein files. I'm serious. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing.
It makes no. I'm laughing, but it's not funny. It is terrible. Yeah. The representation that the people have that is inadequate. The representation that people have currently right now on both sides of the aisle is inadequate. It's horrible.
Right. So let's hear what Summer Lee is talking about. That these Epstein files being withheld. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
To yield my time to the ranking member.
Actually, I'm okay right now on time. I might come back around, but back to Mr. Comer and the Republicans. Thank you, Ms. Simon.
Probably need to slow it down a little bit.
Okay. Hold on. Let me make sure. Okay.
That Comer is horrible too. Oh my goodness.
Oh, he's laughing.
That's why they need to. That's why they need to retake that darn House of Representatives back, because they got some people in there. Him and that dude out of Ohio.
I couldn't think of his name. The former wrestling coach. Who didn't answer his subpoena either. But sitting up here talking about they ought to subpoena Bill and Hillary Clinton and all of.
Do any other members seek recognition?
Jordan, Jim Jordan.
Seeing none, we are going to. There's an amendment at the desk. Well, let's Ms. Lee, what purpose do you seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk distribute the amendment to all members? The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in nature of a substitute to the William J. Clinton contempt report as offered by Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I reserve a point of order. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that even listening to this debate throughout our hearing today, our markup today, I think it's really clear that at the heart of this effort to release the Epstein files are very real human beings who have experienced unimaginable harm. They have been repeatedly victimized by the indifference of the U.S. government and the injustice that they face. They deserve peace and healing and justice. When my motion to subpoena the Epstein files passed, this committee resolved to get that justice for those survivors. And I thank Chairman Comer for pushing this effort forward by issuing additional subpoenas for the Epstein estate and the banks. And we know that without the full files from the DOJ, that is just not enough. That's why I'm introducing this amendment, which holds Attorney General Pam Bondi in civil contempt for failing to comply with the August 5th subpoena, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And we believe that we should start with civil contempt because we are serious about this investigation. We want these files and we want to hear from them. And we must start there. The Department of Justice needs to be the priority. We can move to non-compliance by anyone else, including Ghislaine Maxwell, after we have received those files. It has been 5 months, and we're still missing over 5 million pages of documents purportedly. The Department of Justice has only released 1% of those files. They have stonewalled this committee since August, and they have failed to provide even the most basic updates. How is that not an insult both to the authority of this committee and the survivors? Without the full files, how can we know who might have legitimate knowledge or who might be culpable? We wouldn't have to speculate on the Clintons or anyone else's involvement if we had all of those files. And to be clear, I'm certainly not opposed to the President and Secretary Clinton being held accountable for violating the subpoena. But the fact that this effort to hold the Clintons in contempt was fast-tracked and is happening before any action against the Justice Department is just evidence that the Republicans on this committee are not taking this investigation seriously. It is an unequal application of law. And again, it is a bit ironic that these contempt resolutions empower the Justice Department to imprison possibly 2 people for defying the exact same subpoena that they themselves are defying. If this committee wants to be taken seriously, we would be addressing all the bad actors in this investigation, not cherry picking them for political points. The Justice Department needs to be held accountable for their non-compliance and lack of transparency. They have been selectively producing information, shielding powerful people, and obstructing any efforts for oversight. And if we don't hold them accountable, Mr. Chair, we are too. Just this past Friday, Attorney General Bondi asked a New York federal judge to deny an appointment of a special master to monitor the release of the Epstein files. They don't want a neutral third party making sure they follow the law. I think all of us should be questioning what the Justice Department is doing that they don't want the American people to see. We can't just take them at their word that they'll eventually get around to releasing the files. Quite frankly, they have put up the same, if not far less of an action as the Clintons have. What little information they've released so far has either already been made public or has been a mess of just sketchy redactions. A group of survivors sent a letter to the Justice Department's Inspector General complaining that the redactions had been, quote, selective. They pointed out that multiple times the names of alleged abusers appeared to be redacted, yet some survivors' names and identifying information were released. To be clear, the subpoena I moved to secure does not allow for redactions unless it would protect the identity of a survivor or contains child sex abuse materials. They have had plenty of time to work with this committee to protect survivors' identities. This is bigger than one case. It's about rich and powerful people being protected by each other and institutions. It's about a system that has enabled Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and whoever their co-conspirators are to buy favors and silence from our government. This effort is the one time we could get some real accountability and reclaim the power of this system. Republicans, don't drop the ball by allowing Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice to play us for fools. Mr. Chair, you are setting a precedent that non-compliance with this committee will result in immediate contempt proceedings. So I challenge you and my Republican colleagues to put your money where your mouth is and pass this amendment and holding Pam Bondi in contempt. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I'll recognize myself just for amendment. Look, I oppose this amendment, and I hope everyone on the committee opposes this. That's because.
Why would he oppose this?
Why you think it's because of Trump? Or matter of fact, he really don't want the Clintons to come up there and they thought that Clintons would just decline the invitation, but they accepted it. And after they realized, why they accepted it, because they wanted to expose Trump not being held accountable for his videos, his interactions with him. And they said, oh my goodness, we can't have them up here. But they're doing everything they can.
But Hillary is supposed to be questioned today. Let me see.
But
Hillary
yeah,
Clinton deposition is underway in New York at Chappaqua Performing Arts Center. So they are not allowing cameras in there, but we will cover any new information about what Clinton had to say in her deposition today.
yeah, they wanted it public, but they didn't. They the
The
Republicans was.
Clintons wanted to do it public.
Yeah, that's why I said
Yeah.
the Republicans weren't going for that. Oh no, we ain't making
They
a
were like,
circus of this. Oh
they were
no,
like, oh no, no,
they
no, no,
want
no.
they want to control the narrative.
And we have to have our talking points to go around what you're saying. We got to see it first. We got to sanitize it or
Yep.
smear it up or
Put a
whatever.
different narrative out and get out in front of it. If something that's exposing or embarrassing comes out, we can spin it a different way.
Now let's see why he doesn't want to hold the Department of Justice or Pam Bondi in contempt for not following the law.
Because
Let's be clear that James Comey did want to hold the Clintons in contempt when they said that they weren't going to show up for their deposition after being subpoenaed to show up. They had a whole get together. They were rubbing their hands like Birdman, ready to hold the Clintons in contempt. Let's see why he doesn't want to do the same.
Like Birdman.
I'm serious. Let's see why he doesn't want to do it for Bimbo.
Attorney General Bondi and the Department of Justice, they have released documents. Again, not at the speed or pace that any of us want, but they are complying with our subpoena. That is a fact. Oppose your amendment, Ms. Lee, because you amend the criminal to civil. And I think that most of what I'm hearing from my colleagues on the other side of the aisles, everyone wants to hear from the Clintons. They've had an opportunity for 5 months.
Of course, you now he's going back to the Clinton. We're talking about Bimbo. Hillary Clinton is testifying right now. Listen, let me tell you something. James Comer is a fucking dummy. James Comer doesn't know the Robert Rules of Order at this late stage in the game. Someone always had to whisper in his ear to tell him simple procedural things that should go on in the motherfucking house. He's a fucking idiot. The link is in my description box. I don't give a fuck what else he has to say. I can't. I just can't with this man and his buffoonery. What about you?
Listen, the trolls asked a question in regards to Trump being forced to sign the Trump Epstein files to be released. He lobbied Republicans not to pass it, and he couldn't do it.
Are we supposed to forget that he bought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room? You know,
Yes.
the Situation Room.
They wouldn't have it.
That you cannot get any signals out. Nobody can eavesdrop on you. Why did he take Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room and guarantee her some things that she may want to get passed for her state and all of these things? Why is if he wanted to sign it, if he was so willing to sign it, why was there even a need for the bill in the first place? Let's play this game. He was so interested in getting the Epstein files out that he was so willing to sign it. You see, there didn't need to be a bill to sign if he wanted the Epstein files out in the first place. There shouldn't have been a cause for them to have to create a bill, pass a bill, get enough votes on the bill that he that were veto proof that he must sign it. So do you think that the number was not veto proof, so he had no choice but to sign it? If he wanted to get the files out, they didn't have to go through all of this, making sure they had enough signatures, write up a bill to get the Epstein files out. Who do you think you're talking to? Are you dumb? Just because you're stupid don't mean the people that you're talking to are stupid. You just proved that you are stupid. Let's continue. I'm not supposed to do that.
No, Ron. Look, No, but that's a part of your life that is so infectious because you're so real. You don't hold anything back. That's good. That's real good. Go ahead. Just be you, because that's
Well,
why
what else?
people are here.
What else do you want to add to this?
Nothing. You handle
Well, I'm gonna pin my link from now on. If ever you wanna come up and say a little thing, you're more than welcome to hit the link. Say your part. If there's something that I may be remiss or have overlooked, I appreciate you coming up and having this conversation with me.
it. Thank you.
But I'm
I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
all
Thank you for having me up.
Oh, it's a pleasure. All of the links are can be found in my description box. So unfortunately, I have to leave right now. My dog needs to go out. She's looking at me like, "Hey, what about me?" So I appreciate you all. My links that I shared with you are in the description box. Uh, and we will be talking about Hillary Clinton's testimony via her subpoena that she is doing right now. There's no cameras allowed in. We will track that on tomorrow. If you are in here, thank you as well, Sabar. Sabar. Thank you as well. Look, I forgot already. Sabar. Thank you. I appreciate your support. If you are in here, please hit the like button. You can even hit the dislike button. How about that? If you dislike me, hit the dislike button. Say it with your chest. All right, guys. I hope you guys will join me on tomorrow. Please do not curse in my chat, Eddie. I appreciate you not cursing in my chat. We can agree to disagree, but I see that you're not talking any actual facts. I don't know who these Democrat criminals are, but I know that the sitting president is a 43-time convicted felon. I do know that. So I hope you guys have a wonderful remainder of your day. And all right, have a good. So is Hunter. Hunter is a 43 time convicted felon. What 43 charges have Hunter Biden been convicted of? But the most important question is, what elected office has Hunter Biden ran for? That is the most important question. What part of your life does Hunter Biden job as an elected official affect? See how silly you sound when you want to compare Hunter Biden to the sitting president? Is that all you have? Do you really want to show how pathetic you are? I will help you show who is this dumb and pathetic. Matthew Cornett is this dumb and pathetic. So I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. And Matthew, your name is Cornett. Go sit on some corn nuts. Go sit on some motherfucking nail nuts. Go sit your nuts on some nails because obviously you need some blood flow to your brain. So obviously if you sit on some nails, you sit your nuts on some nails, you will get some blood flow flowing to your exasperated brain. Because you have absolutely no brain power. If you want to compare Hunter Biden to your sitting president. All right, guys, have a great day. I appreciate your support, and it's been a pleasure. And I will be here tomorrow. And please hit the like button, share, subscribe. You can subscribe since you want to run your mouth so much, corn nuts. Why don't you subscribe? Obviously, you like it here, don't you? All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.